neglected. Judiciary authorities miss expertise and capacity, and more often than not, political will is lacking to prioritize these cases. While it seems obvious to us that the writings of journalists should be considered as prime motive for the murderers, yet they are often neglected in judicial processes. We thank the Permanent People's Tribunal for organizing this tribunal to unmask these shortcomings. We wish the prosecutorial team the best in their proceedings today. Free Press Unlimited has initiated and shaped this project in close cooperation with the Committee to Protect Journalists and Rapporteur Sans Frontières. We thank them for their trust, support, and solidarity in this effort. We believe that we must continue to unite to fight this grave injustice to turn the tide. I would like to especially thank Christophe Deloire here today and Joël Simon, who will speak to us over the digital connection, and my colleague director, Rut Kronenberg, who has served as a steering committee for the project. And we especially thank our donor, the Dutch National Postcode Lottery, for investing in this innovative and important effort. We are deeply grateful for your trust in us. A safer world for the truth is needed to seek justice, to prove cold cases can be investigated, to find new evidence and push judicial authorities to reopen these cases and bring justice for the sake of the truth, for the greater good of protecting the important stories that all of these journalists were documenting in the interest of all. Justice is needed for the famous cases, like the ones we will hear testimony of today by the close relatives of Jamal Khashoggi, Daphne Caruana Galizia, Jan Kuciak, but is just as much needed for unsung heroes from countries far away, Zubair Mujahid in Pakistan and Regina Martinez in Mexico. Their cases were investigated by the diligent and relentless effort of the fantastic research team of A Safer World for the Truth, led by research leader Saskia Baas. They will be your host for today. In March next year, it will be 40 years that Colonel Mario Reyes Mena organized and ordered the murder of our fellow countryman, journalists searching for the truth. In spite of the UN Truth Commission, he still lives a safe and secure life in the United States. We welcome that our calls for justice years ago have encouraged the Dutch war crimes police team and courageous lawyers in El Salvador to seek justice and bring to trial those that killed our fellow countrymen. A judge in the tiny town of Dulce Nombre de Maria in El Salvador is now holding the keys to unlock this case. We wish her the best. In the same vein, we hope to unlock much more cases, and we call on international bodies, governments, and the journalist community to support us in this effort to seek justice for murdered journalists. They were, after all, journalists looking to search for the truth that is so often hidden because governments, criminal actors, and judicial authorities fail to ensure justice is done and thereby fail to protect the publication of their stories that shape public accountability. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Gianni Tognoni, the Secretary General of the Permanent People's Tribunal.
Good morning, everybody. My role here is the simple presentation of the Permanent People's Tribunal, who has been requested to hold these public hearings and session of the Permanent People's Tribunal on a situation which is widely known in itself for the severity and the diffusion of this persecution and killings, but which coincides with a chapter of justice, of international law, which is highly insufficient to cope with the challenges which is facing. So a few words on the why the Permanent People's Tribunal has been requested to assume this commitment of putting together some of the evidence, because by definition we have only example cases which will be presented to the tribunal beside the overall situation which will be the object specifically of this presentation today. The Permanent People Tribunal, for those of you who do not eat from close, is a follow-up of a historical institution which was set up for the Vietnam case before, and then for the Latin American dictatorship in the 70s. In 76, the persons who were part of the jury of the Russell Tribunal Latin America decided that it was important to establish something permanent, not simply occasional, to face the challenges of the failure of international law. And in 79, on the initiative of Lelio Basso and of the Basso Foundation in Rome, the Permanent People Tribunal was established in order to really receive all the requests from people who were not able to find a visibility and an attention or judgment in the international institution. Since that time, the Permanent People Tribunal has held, and that is the 50th session, so 49 session, that is the 50th session, documenting over the more than 40 years the frequency when the repression, the severe repression of the right of people to self-determination, to life, to dignity, do not meet any response in international law or in national law. We have covered a wide spectrum. The documentation of the tribunal is in this sense widely available and accessible. Why it is so important for you, as has been said, but also for the tribunal, and in general we feel for international law, this specific session? Because the statutes of the Permanent People Tribunal is based on the Universal Declaration of People's Rights. It was showing that in international law, while there is a state direct responsibility of defending the human right, which should be universal and inviolable rights, in fact, the international law of the state is not able to do that. But the main point of peoples are the fact that they should represent really collective existence. The killing of journalists represents somehow, I'm not here saying something so juridically possibly precise, something which is different, is the attack apparently to individuals who are in fact considered and perceived, truly or not, as a danger for powers, which are at the time, because situation has changed a lot, private and public powers, most of the time in connivence between private and public power, since state or on the other side, economic power, religious power, other powers. And in that sense, those individuals are in fact at the crossroad between individual rights, and because they represent really the right of people to speak out and to have the right to truth and to free expression, they in fact are at the crossroad of individual and collective life and people rights. It's a chapter of international law, and that would be one of the points to be developed and discussed through cases, which needs really a specific attention, because with the increasing importance on one side of the accessibility of information, the possibility of confounding the full right to a correct information of people is decreasing proportionally. Everybody is aware of that. but all the area of right to information is one of the least developed area in terms of investigation of responsibility and truth. And in that sense, justice is something which in this area belongs very, very strictly to the fundamental right of individual citizen of democratic society. And it's very difficult to find in the present situation conditions which allow the possibility of giving justice. That is the challenge we are facing today, and in this sense, with the obvious limitation of an opening of a process which will have 3 sessions in this sense, we are trying today to open a long walk, because it is clear that the 3 cases which will be presented are simply model cases which are important for the severity, but which are simply a beginning of a long, long path. The judges which have been identified as a member of the panel of the jury are present here and are, as you are seeing, also in remote because of the pandemic. I am simply calling them by their name and main qualification. Their bios are readily available in the site of the tribunal, and I simply read them in alphabetic order. Eduardo Bertoni, who is from Argentina, representative of the Regional Office for South America of the Inter-American Institute for Human Rights. Marina Forti from Italy, who is a journalist and writer. Jill Beringer, who is with us since from far away, from Australia, which is former dean and now honorary senior research fellow at the School of Law and Macquarie in the University of Sydney. Maria Rosa Guglielmi, also from remote, from Italy, magistrate and vice president of the Magistrat Européen pour la démocratie et la liberté. Ellen Jarvis from Australia and Cambodia, vice president of the Permanent People Tribunal. Nello Rossi, also from Italy, also from remote, vice president also of the Permanent People Tribunal, a magistrate. Kalpana Sharma from India, who is an independent journalist. Philippe Texier, France, who is the president of the Permanent People's Tribunal and will be the president of this specific section. And Marcela Turati Munoz, Mexico, who is a freelance journalist. As you see, as a rule, the judges of the Permanent People Tribunal are not only people who are working in the direct field of justice or juridical competence, they are representing really the people on which the problems are open. And all of them are a long-term experience in the field. Thanks.
Next is our keynote address by Baroness Helena Kennedy. Today, virtually with us, she's a member of the high-level panel of legal experts on media freedom, and she'll present to us here from the screen. Thank you.
Let me welcome all of you to this really important event and apologize to you for not being with you in person. For those who know me, this is not how my voice normally sounds. I'm afraid that I'm suffering from laryngitis, and I also have bronchitis. It's gone into my chest, and so I wasn't able to travel. And it's a source of great regret to me that I'm not with you and able to hear the testimony, able to see and meet so many of you whom I have known over many, many years. I want to thank the organizers first for making possible this event. And I know, because some of my colleagues from the law in Britain have sent me photographs of this incredible hall that you're all in, and I'm just sorry that I'm not there in it with you. But the organizers have put together a very important event to deal with a topic which really should be commanding the attention of the world. And that is what is happening to the media in our times and the effect of that upon the safety of journalists the truth tellers in our midst. I'm a lawyer. I've been a lawyer for practicing at the English bar now for over 40 years. And I have practiced in many of the major cases in Britain, but I now also have a great deal of work internationally. I'm the director of the International Bar Association's Human Rights Institute, and that has really raised for me some of the issues that you'll be talking about today. I'm also a member of the high-level panel of legal experts on media freedom. Now, you're going to wonder, what is this high-level panel of legal experts on media freedom? It's actually an independent body that was convened in July 2019 at the request of the United Kingdom and Canadian governments, who were concerned about the increasing deaths of journalists and the way in which journalism globally was under attack. The high-level panel is sort of under the umbrella of a wider media project that is convened by the UNESCO, and many other countries are now signing up to their commitment and pledge to protect media freedom, but we have to translate those pledges into reality. The panel comprises a diverse group of leading lawyers from around the world. Gianni, who ran the Human Rights Commission in Pakistan, Erwin Kotler, who was the Attorney General in Canada, Lord Neuberger, who was the President of the Supreme Court in the United Kingdom. But we have lawyers from South Korea, from India, from the Middle East, and so on. And the purpose is that we should provide advice and recommendations to governments and prevent and reverse abuses of media freedom. It's a tall order. The high-level panel is trying to ensure that governments really comply with the international obligations that already exist on media freedom. But we're also disseminating model legislation to promote and protect a vibrant free press. We're also, we've written now a whole set of reports, which I would encourage you to see, about the ways in which we should be strengthening international law and mechanisms in order to protect this vital part of any decent society. And we have to really deal with the incredible targeting of journalists for their work, and find ways of addressing that seriously. In recent years, freedom of the media and legitimate reporting by journalists has been undermined by populist leaders, even in supposedly democratic states. We've all seen this. Journalists and media outlets are accused of spreading fake news or other spurious offenses. And many authoritarian leaders across the globe have a history of attacking and in some cases criminalizing and even killing journalists because they present an alternative narrative to the one that the leader, the esteemed leader, is promoting. It's the role of journalists, of course, to expose corruption and abuse and the ways in which governments are behaving. And they seek to establish accountability. And without accountability, governments become tyrannies. Sadly, some leaders in countries which have hitherto stood up for freedom of expression have made statements which have emboldened these authoritarian leaders to step up their attacks. And we only have to think of President Trump in the United States to think of his influence on and this sort of reduction of standards there and elsewhere. Independent journalism is about truth-telling. It's what authoritarian regimes and populist governments are most afraid of: the fear of truth. And it's why media freedom is absolutely vital. The importance of our fight for those who stand on the front lines, courageously exposing corruption and abuse of power and human rights violations, is paramount. Truth is at the very core of human rights law. When freedom of expression is violated, Truth is the victim. Truth, again, moves to the center, though, for the rest of us, because it's a state's obligation to conduct their investigations and prosecute alleged perpetrators of crimes. And we, as lawyers and jurists, have to be the advocates for proper processes and advocates for freedom of expression. At the Institute of Human Rights, of which I'm the director, I remember that when we started a media freedom project, one of our distinguished judges, an internationally known judge, said, "Why are we giving such primacy to media freedom, Helena?" And my response was that without media freedom, there is no justice. There is no decent law. There is no protection of the rule of law. With the rise of populist governments, regime takeovers, and the COVID-19 pandemic, there are many reasons to fear for the future of media freedom. During the pandemic, where access to information was crucial for citizens to know how they could protect themselves and their families, targeted attacks against journalists reached a record high. In 2020, at least 2,074 journalists have been imprisoned, and at least 66 journalists have been killed globally. And those are the ones we know about. We've heard mention of Daphne Caruana Galizia, whose son Matthew is with us today, a brave and courageous woman who was brutally murdered. Jamal Khashoggi, whose fiancé Hatice Cengiz is also with us today. I had the disturbing experience of being part of the team that went with that brave rapporteur who went to investigate in Turkey the death of Jamal Khashoggi, the brutal murder of Jamal Khashoggi, and heard the evidence myself of his being killed. And you can't hear that sort of thing and have that sort of experience without it affecting how you conduct yourself as a lawyer thereafter. Agnes Calamar's report should have shaken the world, and yet it was business as usual. Many years ago, I gave an award to Anna I've got to get her name right, Anna Politkovskaya. And Anna came to Britain to get that award from Penn for her brave journalism. And she described how she had been at one stage poisoned, and when she was taking a flight, she was going to investigate crimes committed by the state. And that evening, I sat with her after dinner, talking, and over wine, we discussed her safety. And I was fearful for her. And I urged her not to return to Russia. And she said that she had to. It was where her family was, where her son was, and it was where her commitment was. And only a few weeks later, I opened my newspaper to see the bloodied staircase where she had been assassinated. Those experiences teach you why our voices are so important. We're seeing global trends in how state and non-state actors suppress media freedoms and identify their prime targets, who are the media professionals. In efforts to justify their behavior, states arrest, prosecute, and imprison journalists. More countries are adopting vague and expansive counterterrorism and cybersecurity legislation, which is really there to silence those exposing their actions in the name of national security. It's becoming increasingly clear that in moments of political turmoil, media workers are often the first targets. And then, of course, there's a sort of trajectory. They go after dissenters, those who speak truth to power, those who are letting the people know what is going on. And then they go after the lawyers and the judges who act for them and who seek to bring justice and to shed light on state activities too. Human rights defenders are always, and that's all of us who believe in human rights and believe in their protection, all of us end up becoming at risk. But we have to give primary consideration to those who are in the front line, who are the journalists. We've seen recently in Sudan, which is facing a military takeover, concerning reports of the military raiding media outlets, cutting access to the internet and military telecommunications of the previous order, arresting a state television manager and journalists assaulted by pro-military protesters. It's not new, all of this stuff. And of course, during the pandemic, we've seen in Kashmir frequent closing down of the internet in places like Kashmir, with the Modi government having that power in its hands. Many female journalists reporting intersecting forms of violence through physical attacks, sexual violence, online harassment, verbal threats of rape, of being killed in the most horrifying and terrible language, and of course, discrimination. In 2020, there were at least, well, there were thousands, I suspect, threats, but reported, certainly the ones that we know of, were highly increased threats against female journalists in comparison to even the year before, 2019. The majority of these attacks, including physical attacks and impediments to their work, continue. Since the Taliban's takeover in Afghanistan, female journalists have had to flee. They've been forced out of their jobs. They've been threatened for their lives. They're in mortal danger. Out of Kabul's 700 female journalists, over 600 have stopped working, and those who remain are fearful for their existence. Chilled into journalism that can't really be called that. In efforts to control the spread of information, the Taliban have imposed a vaguely written set of 11 rules, such as the prohibition on insulting national figures. You always know there's a problem when there's a prohibition on criticizing those who rule. But they also have brought law in, which is about distorting news content. Who decides? Who distorts? In the post-Soviet region, there were 4,611 attacks on media professionals in 2020. I'm talking about across what was formerly the Soviet nations, the Soviet regions, and which are now independent nations. But it's 2.5 times higher than it was in 2019. So we're incrementally seeing increases in attacks. And they're including physical attacks and threats to life, to freedom and health, and sometimes they're non-physical, but emotionally the damage is terrible into the mental health of those who suffer them. And of course, there are cyber attacks, threats to legal prosecutions, and economic attacks. In 2020, in aftermath of the disputed presidential elections in Russia, there were almost 2,000 attacks and threats against professional and civilian media workers reported. 96% of the attacks were committed by government officials. And then we've had the business in Tunisia, where President Sey's power grab in July 2021 meant that the Al Jazeera offices in Tunis were forcibly raided, closed down by heavily armed police officers with no warrant, removed staff, barred them from re-entry, and had access to the computers and vital information that journalists had stored. Many civilian journalists are being referred to military tribunals in a dangerous move to suppress public dissent, is the claim. Now, then you only have to think about the Philippines and my wonderful friend, the Nobel Prize winner, Maria Ressa, whom you will hear from later. The persecution of the media has been accompanied by online harassment campaigns orchestrated by pro-Duterte troll armies. And they've launched cyber attacks, and they've really gone after alternative news websites and the site of the National Union of Journalists there in the Philippines to block them all. And Maria Ressa, who has been so courageous in her journalism, her wonderful, powerful journalism, exposing corruption. And yet she has faced such incredible repeated prosecutions and threats. In 2012, she co-founded Rappler, and you'll hear about it later. But what she's exposing, of course, now is how social media has been used by governments and by particularly her own government to spread fake news or dishonesty. Let's not use the words fake news, but dishonesty. And she's showing how they are harassing opponents of the government and manipulating public discourse. So often, social media has become a megaphone for the tyrant. Looking at the severest end of the spectrum, perhaps, 1/3 of journalist killings in 2020 took place in Mexico, one of the deadliest countries in the world for journalists. 137 Mexican journalists murdered for their work since 2000, including 17 killed since President Obrador took office. So no great improvement. In the midst of these chilling trends and statistics, impunity reigns. In 8 out of 10 cases, killers are immune from any punishment at all. Now, this tribunal, of course, is doing vital work, and it's going to focus on the murder of journalists. And I just wanted to say that looking at this, taking this evidence, is going to be so important to the work that we must do in the hereafter. The role of people's tribunals in investigating serious crimes, as you have already been told, has grown within the international arena. And it started, of course, with a powerful intervention in 1966 with a war crimes tribunal about Vietnam. And it's basically about preventing the crime of silence. The crime of silence. And so that's what this tribunal will seek to do too, to basically rid us of the silence that has surrounded the killing and the persecution of so many journalists. And we really have to remember the imbalances of accountability that exist around our world. There have been people's tribunals in many places, in Colombia, in Turkey, around the issues of the Kurdish community and how it's been treated, in relation to the international crimes that were committed against the Rohingya, Kachin, and other groups. I've recently assisted in the creation of a people's tribunal looking into the crimes committed by the People's Republic of China against the Uyghurs and the Kazakhs and other Turkish Muslims in the Uyghur region of northwest China. This form of grassroots justice is a global response by civil society, by international lawyers, by judges, experts, and civilians to circumvent the lack of political will among states. And that is why we're gathering here today. This People's Tribunal on the murder of journalists aims to continue preventing the crime of silence. And it's the coalition of renowned press media organizations, press freedom organizations, Free Press Unlimited, the Committee to Protect Journalists and Reporters, Journalists and Reporters Without Borders, in cooperation with the Syrian Center for Media Freedom of Expression and the Center for Justice and Accountability. All those organizations, and many of you are here from other organizations too, have joined in creating this event. The prosecution, of course, has been formed by a team of leading international lawyers from Guernica 37, the international law chambers. And it will indict the many governments who have failed. The Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, the Syrian Arab Republic, and the State of Mexico in relation to their conduct in the cases of the journalists La Santa Wikri Matungi, Nabil Al-Shara Abaji, Miguel and Angel Velasco. And so I just wanted to finally say to you that those three cases are emblematic of the persistent impunity for the murders of journalists across the world. And you'll hear about the horrifying events that were faced by those journalists, by Miguel, Nabil, and our Sri Lankan colleague. These three cases are emblematic, as I say, of what is happening, where the state fails to protect the lives of journalists by thoroughly investigating legitimate threats and killings. And with regard to prevalent and varied attacks against journalists with impunity, you will also hear, I think, virtually from Nadim Houri, who sits alongside me on this high-level panel that I spoke to you about of legal experts. And Nadim will speak to the principal findings of a report that was produced by the high-level panel, advised on promoting more effective investigations into abuses against journalists. That report was released in November of last year, and I urge you to read it. The report concludes with 3 major recommendations to the signatories of the Global Pledge, those 40 countries that I told you about, who've pledged to protect media freedom. But it's also for other governments to strengthen investigations into attacks on journalists, to address the issue of impunity and progress towards accountability. And we really have to think about the creation of a standing international investigative task force, a standing investigative task force, because without that, you will not have that nimble and quick response to the killings of journalists. And it would not fall to rapporteurs like Agnes Kalamar to be brave. She would have at her disposal an investigative team already in existence who could work with her or other rapporteurs in providing proper and serious investigation with the skills that are necessary. Now, I just to conclude want to say that despite the appalling state of media freedom globally, there is room for hope. When civil society and international lawyers and experts and journalists and media workers gather, as we are here today, we can pave the way for truth-telling and the holding of perpetrators accountable. And we've got to listen carefully to the witnesses' testimony, and you'll hear from really powerful voices today to reflect on the threats to journalists and the impact of freedom of expression, the obstacles that there are to justice, and the persistent and horrifying impunity that exists. And this global trend has to be challenged because it's leading to such egregious crime, the crime of murder. And so I just want to say, we have to, as lawyers and all the organizations represented here today, and jurists around the world, we have to amplify the voices of journalists, and we have to be their protectors. Global civil society has to call for media freedom, and we have to call for justice, because without peace and justice, our world is in a parlous place. And so the pursuit of justice for journalists and for those who protect journalists is a really paramount role for all of us. And I hope that today's hearings lead to that sense of urgency that is required to stop the murders which have increased in recent years. Thank you very much. I regret that I'm not with you. My voice is about to give out completely, but thank you for listening.
I would hereby like to announce the opening statement of our lead prosecutor, Almudena Bernabeu.
Your Honors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a privilege, I'm going to speak from here, I hope that's all right. It is a privilege to address you today, as it is a privilege to be here representing the hundreds of journalists, as we heard very well from our keynote speaker, and we'll hear through the day, journalists around the world who have been attacked, assassinated, they're persecuted, disappear, but also their families, their relatives, they keep seeking justice, and groups from individuals, advocates, and civil society. That is the privilege that we hold today with my colleague Howard Morrison as we present this prosecution. Well, and without, I will say, without this group of individuals and organizations, this project or this tribunal will have not been possible. We have heard through the morning interventions, and I'm hoping to frame this a little bit for purposes of our prosecution and your analysis, and we will hear later for outstanding professionals and individuals directly involved with these activities, that since in the last 30 years, at least 900 journalists have been assassinated. And there's additional numbers of those who have been harassed, who have been persecuted, who had been jailed, even if later released, just for doing their job, which is uncovering the truth and investigating for purposes of uncovering such truth. And not only, I mean, that's not only I guess that's one side of the story, that's one part of the killings. There is also, which perhaps will be the focus of my argument and what I will call you as judges to really focus in the days ahead and the investigation and considerations ahead as we listen to the testimony, which is the level of impunity, rampant impunity, we call it in our circles, around these assassinations. There are numbers given by Baroness and others, at least 8 out of 10 cases are in complete impunity, which means, and that has been determined across borders, that no cases have been heard, not investigations opened, but also where there is no access for victims to opening those cases, and there are no judges actively listen. During these sessions and this tribunal, we will have data for the tribunal on the specific of these cases, but it is scary, to say the least, when you consider the level of impunity. There is no first step taken in 8 out of 10 cases, which is extraordinary, particularly as I do come from the world of trying to, against all odds, investigate human rights violations and international crimes, and when first steps, to be fair, even though we are still very behind of what we would like to be, have been taken. But these are not just numbers. These are, behind these numbers, and it is what these sessions will bring about, are human beings. Human beings, they have been, despite of all threats, despite of all the backlashes, remain committed to doing their work, to publishing stories, to investigate it. Just to name few, but I wanted to put names to the brave people behind these efforts. Journalists like Deida Hidara from the Gambia, for instance, who was threatened, who was jailed, legal actions were taken and media restrictions put against him in particular, and never stopped publishing his work, never stopped, publicly speaking until he was dramatically assassinated in 2004. Or situations which I discovered through the sessions in preparation of this tribunal, but I will just give you the chills, like the magazine Novaya Gazeta in Russia, who has lost. There are very few examples of these, unless you are in the context of a conflict, has lost 6 other journalists assassinated for reasons directly related to the work that they were investigated or investigations, I should say, that they were pursuing. So this is what I think, which again came a little bit as a shock of someone like me. This is what these professionals and these colleagues are doing at an era where seeking the truth and uncovering the truth and making sure that that truth, fits the public as it should, has become more challenging than ever. And as a colleague of mine who's an academic says, the worst price to pay is not the death of the journalists, it's what killing them really means and kind of brings about the so-called democracy or the countries or the values and the societies they want to live in. Maria Ressa is a quote that the team considered, and I think is wonderful, has a quote, and we will hear the piece laureate later today, when she says that the death of democracy has many cuts. And that is precisely what is behind, in our considerations, behind this persistent impunity. It is the undermining of something bigger, something that we should be very worried about. We will not have, and we will see deteriorating as you attack this sector, as you attack these professionals. A particular attached to this impunity, or symptomatic of this impunity, is also something extraordinary from a legal perspective, but from so many others, which are the new laws that have been enacted, or that are going to be enacted, to criminalize, to stigmatize the work of journalists. I had the disgraceful experience of having to live in the United States during the Trump administration. It was particularly scary to see how media was thrown as a baton for political manipulation, for confusion, and for eventually advancing an agenda they serve very well on election fraud or on advancing, some right wing. But my point, the media was at all times a tool to very political, pernicious agendas and objectives. So that is what we hear, today. With all of that, perhaps this tribunal, or the great purpose, or from the prosecution perspective, and despite of their information, the importance of the information that will be given by the witnesses, we carry the weight of this honorable effort, will be to focus on, and we can learn of what is really behind not only the attacks that, as we know, are the tragedies of losing these humans, of putting them in such vulnerable position, but what is in it for all of us, what despite these attacks and despite these deaths, impunity is so great. And we have, and I say we because I do believe that it's going to take all of us, and this tribunal very much can be a first step. It's like, what can we do beyond what is being done, or how can we change how to do it to combat effectively this impunity? I wanted to, something that I've been thinking since we engage in this project, is how ironic is, and perhaps it's sharing something, more of a personal experience, but how ironic it is that as we were fighting impunity from the last 25, 30 years, we mentioned today the killings in 1982 of 2 Dutch journalists. I remember investigating that case a long time ago. This is how, this fight against impunity began. The work of journalism was crucial for us to be able, as lawyers, as very precarious lawyers, to be able to bring these cases. In the fight against impunity, as we understand it, the work of journalism has been historically crucial. And I was just trying to think last night, as I was preparing a little bit, if I could have litigated any of the cases that I ever did without the work of the journalist. And the answer is no, absolutely no. And here we are in this crossroads where now they are the target, and we are not able, or perhaps we will, but we are in this space where we need to take some steps forward and fight such impunity. In this context in particular, we have focused, and we will be presenting 3 cases. Already the Baroness mentioned emblematic cases that have been chosen not only because of the human tragedy that they bring about naturally, but also because of the excessive impunity, or the outrageous impunity that turned them into emblematic, that the 3 cases are facing. We're talking about the cases of Miguel Ángel López Velasco, a journalist from Mexico that was assassinated along with his wife and his little son, and his son, because he was investigating drug cartels and organized crime. This case, obviously for obvious reasons, is emblematic, but perhaps 2 elements that I would like to differentiate or to attach to the facts are the fact that nothing was done, absolutely nothing, by the local regional authorities and the national authorities, despite of many attempts. No truth were uncovered, but also to add perhaps a wrinkle of severity to the case is Miguel Angel's partner at the news anchor, investigator Yolanda Ordaz, who later engaged in investigating the killing of her colleague, was also assassinated precisely for investigating this. So that was one of the cases. The second case that we are bringing and that we would like the tribunal to focus on is the case of Nabil al-Sarvaji, a journalist from Syria. And I think that this also points to something that is crucial and we've heard through before, which is the state authorities' engagement, not only in the repression and killings of these journalists, which I obviously find outrageous and is something of crucial importance, but also, if I may, to the tribunal, the complicity of the states while doing nothing or kind of looking in another direction or aiding and abetting indirectly, the lack of action and being responsible in such manner. Nabil was arrested several occasions, he was put in jail, and then eventually he died in prison in Syria in 2015. And the third case, also paradigmatic of impunity, if I may go into a little more details, happen to know this case firsthand from my prior tenure at the Center for Justice and Accountability, was the case of Lasanthe Rekmatunge, a journalist from Sri Lanka who was persecuted. There was legal actions taken about him. He was jailed, he was harassed, and it was because he was actually looking into wrongdoings of both President at the time of Sri Lanka, Mahinda Rajapaksa, and the Secretary of Defense, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who were out of power at the time. They were, one of them US citizen, the other one a legal resident. They were going back and forth to the United States. Well, this journalist was, the retaliation was brutal. Perhaps one of the hardest cases that we came to understand. And finally, army authorities, military authorities from Sri Lanka killed him in 2009. And again, this case is not only for the brutality of the treatment of the journalist for doing his work, but also that persistence of impunity. There's so much the focus and so much the relevance. This impunity not only took place in Sri Lanka, but went beyond borders and internationally. When the two defendants who were in the United States, as some remedy were sought against them in the United States, fled back to Sri Lanka and eventually gained political power again, where I believe we have Mahinda against him power and enjoying head of state immunity. Some of those paradoxes that unfortunately we have to face. Well, it's in this context, in the tribunal, just to know, it's in this context that we bring these cases about, in the context, as I said, with the focus of the impunity. We encourage and we hope the tribunal will take into consideration and will do our part, and so will be our wonderful list of witnesses and experts as to understand the causes of this impunity, but also the impact that such impunity has for the societies that we live in, for the societies and for the are engaging in and understanding this problem. And that is a role that we think a very unique role that this historic tribunal and this historic effort can contribute to. And I would like to close my statement by reading, which I think are very powerful words of Lasantha, the journalist from Sri Lanka that I mentioned, in an article that he wrote and that it was published just a day after he was assassinated. He said, "When finally I am killed, it will be the government that kills me. I hope my assassination will be seen not as a defeat of freedom, but an inspiration for those who survive to step up their efforts. Indeed, I hope that it will help galvanize forces that will usher in a new era of human liberty in our beloved motherland. I also hope it will open the eyes of your president to the fact that however many are slaughtered in the name of patriotism, the human spirit will endure and flourish, and not all the Rajapaksas combined can kill that." I think that this is speaks for themselves, and that we hope that in some something that I hope is understood is that despite of all these obstacles, despite of all these killings, journalists around the world are forced to flee, are forced to go into exile, are changing, unfortunately, the face of what journalism, honest and truthful and investigative journalism looks like, but are not defeated. They continue to do their work. It's thanks to them that we continue to rely on understanding what is happening and why it's happening timely. And that is why, dear, in your honorable judges, today we call you to please consider and listen to these wonderful witnesses, to the important information that they're going to share with us in both, not only the narratives and the violence that they have suffered, they have endured as relatives, as friends, and as colleagues, but also their struggles to seek justice, that it doesn't come. And in that regard, we believe that this tribunal has an opportunity to really be a first step for us to, all of us, collectively understand that the killing of journalists is not an isolated problem in each country or in different countries, that the fighting impunity for the repression against journalists is going to be, or is going to require for us to look at it transnationally, has to be a transnational effort that will engage all of us. And we believe that this tribunal and your work could really be a very, as I said, first step to understanding that, to get us all committed at once, and then to seek some effective avenues to stop it. I will leave you now. Thank you very much. I will hope that you listen carefully to these witnesses, and I will give now the space for the witnesses' testimony to begin. Thank you very much.
I hereby call the first witness, Pavla Holcova.
Should I try? Yeah.
Introducing yourself, thank you. Do you want to introduce yourself to the tribunal, please?
My name is Pavla Holcova. I am from Czech Republic. I started my career as investigative journalist in 2013 when I founded Czech Center for Investigative Journalism, now called investigace.cz. And I am also regional editor for Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project. I'm a journalist, investigative, and we focus on uncovering corruption and organized crime.
Fantastic. And how did you meet? Do you mind tell us how did you meet Jan Kuciak? And what kind of investigation do you undertake together?
I met Jan Kuciak right in 2013 when we worked together on a story that was focusing on working conditions of workers from Slovakia coming to build some bridge in Sweden. I needed someone who would help me with the story, to discover the working conditions, to talk to the workers and to find out what is their salary. And I was introduced to Jan Kuciak. And we've done the story together, and I understood that he's very talented young investigative journalist. He was studying by then. And after this experience, he became my first point of contact whenever I needed anything from Slovakia.
And then what happened? Come a consequence of his work and the work.
Yeah, we started to work together on other stories as well. One of them was Panama Papers. It was a global project that was uncovering how powerful people are stashing their assets in offshore companies, hiding behind offshore companies. And the story was published 5 years ago, and when we published the story in Czech Republic, because Slovakia was not covered by then, Jan Kuciak, he just picked up the phone and called me if he can come to work on the Slovak stories, Slovak angle. And I said, yes, of course. And he just came, as he was, only with his computer. He didn't have any toothbrush, he didn't have any money, he didn't have any, fresh t-shirt or underwear. He just came and we stayed in my living room and we work on the stories and we publish stories concerning Slovakia within a week. And that's how we actually became very, very close friends.
And how did the government of Slovakia respond to the result of your investigations and the information published?
The government of Slovakia by then didn't really respond to anything that we uncovered and published. They didn't take any action in freezing those assets or investigating it. Or actually, they were offered to get the copy of the Panama Papers documents from German police and they didn't show any interest in picking it up.
But just tell us the events that they carried. You know, they went to the attack of Gianni.
No, this was not the event that led to the attack of the journalist. Jan Kuciak, since 2017, he was investigating a very powerful Slovak businessman by then. His name is Marian Kočner, and he was basing his investigations on various documents, on a publicly accessible information. He was putting the pieces together, he was analyzing it, and it made Marian Kočner very angry because he could not actually argue with the facts delivered by the documents. So the stories Jan Kuciak was publishing or exposing were, you know, they were bulletproof. You can't really argue with the facts, and that made Marian Kočner very, very crazy and upset. And one day he called Jan Kuciak and he threatened him in the phone call that he is going to collect dirt on him and his family, and he's going to expose him and his family and their wrongdoings. And then Jano called me and asked me what is he supposed to do with it, and I told him to go and report it to the police. So he went and reported this case, this event to the police, but the police didn't take any action, so it just kind of evaporated.
And then what happened? Tell us.
And I believe it was the point when Marian Kočner decided that he is going to hire someone who will assassinate Jan Kuciak.
And then you get related. You wanted to have, you know, you have the time, and I know that they were being very strict with the time. But if you want to relate, you know, how Gianni was assassinated and how the government responded to his death and what happened after.
Jan Kuciak, together with his fiancée, they were assassinated on 21st of February 2018. And fortunately, it didn't really leave the Slovak society like numb. It sent shockwaves through the society, and people decided that they are going to protest in the streets. They went to the streets and they demanded justice, they demanded independent investigation, and they demanded the government and the police president to resign. It took another month before the government resigned and before the police president resigned, but after the resignation of the police president of then government, the investigation really accelerated because the new investigator was appointed to this fact. It was a young police investigator who didn't have any ties to politics. He didn't know how the system worked, so he just had quite free hands to investigate. And within a couple of months, he detained those who pulled the trigger, and one of those who organized pulling of the trigger and co-organized the murder, he exposed those people who, actually he mentioned the names of the people who kind of organized the murder, hired those people, and who paid for it. And he was talking about Marian Kočner, the businessman. So it really developed quickly, the investigation. But after the assassination, we didn't really believe that the investigation would be independent, and it really didn't look like there will be any independent investigation. So we as OCCRP, we created kind of emergency team who was sent to Slovakia. It was a team of 5 people. They were sent to Slovakia to collect as much of the evidence as possible. And they collected CCTV footage, they made hours and hours of interviews, and they talked to the families. And because the families of Jano and Martina, they knew me, they shared some of the information about the, how the investigation was proceeding, and some details they knew about the murder. So we put the pieces together, and by 2019, we published the story how the murder happened. And it created a new public pressure on the political system and on the investigation. So it also helped to proceed with the investigation. But it also meant that the threats to us as journalists and to us as a team of journalists who were exposing those stories, they somehow got more intense. Anyway, by the end of 2019, we got a data set of 70 terabytes of data. And we managed to process the data and create a team of Slovak journalists and us from Czech Republic who were able to work on those 70 terabytes of data, who were actually a copy of the police file, including all the annexes. And one of the annexes was the cell phone of Marian Kočner, the businessman. And we exposed the stories, how actually not only the murder happened, but also how the system, the corrupt system of Slovakia worked. And we found messages of Marian Kočner sending messages to the judges or to the prosecutors, telling them how to rule in his cases. And we exposed those stories, and the government, there were elections, and the old government lost elections. And recently, the impact not only of those stories, but also of the police investigation that collects such evidence about the corrupt system, it made a huge changes in Slovakia. Recently, about 20 of the judges were indicted for corruption. Also, prosecutors were indicted for corruption, and those were not some kind of a low-level judges. Those were judges, including those from Supreme Court of Slovakia. So, yes, this is kind of the change that actually the cooperation of the journalists, of a team of 15 journalists who were sharing their findings, who were sharing the data, that happened. Anyway, Marian Kočner was sentenced to 19 years in prison, but not for the murder case, but for his financial fraud. For the murder case, him, together with the organizer of the murder, Alena Žužová, they were absolved for lack of evidence, so the judges were not able to see that there is enough of the evidence to sentence them. But the prosecutors appealed, and the Supreme Court ordered retrial of the case, but we are still waiting what will be the outcome of the retrial.
What is the situation, Ms. Pavla, today for journalists in the Czech Republic and in Slovakia as a consequence of your efforts in this?
Yeah, we are under permanent pressure from politicians because the politicians, they don't take journalists as a part of a democratic process, they take them as enemies. We have a president who had a press conference where he was posing with a gun with inscription to the journalists. And only a couple of weeks ago, we published a story in the project Pandora Papers. We exposed the Czech Prime Minister had bought luxury real estate in France through offshore companies. And since then, the discreditation and smear campaign started. He owns a media. These media are totally focused, running campaign against us. We have a lot of threats being received by mail. to my office, on a social network such as Facebook or Twitter, and it multiplied a lot in last weeks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pavla. I call the next witness, Raissa Carrillo.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Carrillo. Would you mind introducing yourself, please, a little bit for the tribunal?
Yep. So my name is Raissa Carrillo. I am a lawyer by education. I hold an LLM in international human rights. I'm here on behalf of the Fundación para la Libertad de Prensa, which is the Free Press Foundation based in Colombia.
Can you tell us a little bit about the causes of impunity in your line of work and have you discovered through the work and the analysis in Colombia, please?
Sure. Free Press Foundation in Colombia was founded 25 years ago, and since then the FLIP has worked on impunity matters, particularly because in Colombia there's a very complex context due to the widespread violence against press. We are one of the most violent countries where press is completely targeted against. And what we usually do in our missional work is to follow up proceedings on crimes against journalists. And we monitor advances and we try to take some actions to reduce impunity. In this work that we do, we are monitoring 162 cases that we have mapped out of crimes against journalists, particularly on murders. And impunity is the general rule. We have calculated 78% of the cases are still without any conviction, particularly on the case of murders, which is this rate is higher for threats, for instance, which is around 98%. In Colombia, the case of impunity, the main reasons that we have found in our investigations are kind of structural. I would name the neglect during the investigations, as well as the low law enforcement and state responsibility, which is undercovered by impunity, which is one of the most grave things that we have found out. And there is also a lot of fear from the victims and their families. They don't want, or they are reluctant to address the justice because there is also corruption, there is also all these neglect during the judicial proceedings that it's sometimes re-victimizing. So these are, in general terms, the main reasons for impunity that we have main concerns.
Has the other, lack of capacity amongst judicial officers, is there something that you have encountered in your investigations on impunity?
Sure. The fact that we are monitoring all these cases give us a first-hand experience on how the judicial proceedings are undertaken by different level of authorities. And you will, of course, find a different level of trained people, the different kind of resources that prosecutors have at the local level or national level. So in many of these crimes occur in the rural areas where, of course, the lack of capacity is much higher. And particularly in those cases, you will always have more delays. One of our strategies is bringing all these cases to central level, but that also creates some other delays because of the administrative work they will have to undergo. But many times this is a good strategy because it will provide more impartiality from the investigators as well as from the judges. Many of these cases have a main first challenge is that prosecutors and investigators relate the crime to the work that the journalist was doing. we feel that in most of the cases, this is due to prejudice against what journalists do in our country. It's a very complex context. Many would say it's polarized, and the fact that the press is in the middle of these political battles, it has a very negative effect. This prejudice against press also leads to impunity from the first step. If the journalist's work is not pointed out at the first steps during the proceedings, it will not lead to a conviction that recognizes the work of the journalist or the risks that they were put into because of their work.
And in relation to the evidence, I understand that your work also focuses on what kind of evidence is necessary and how to preserve it, which is particularly challenging on the repression and killing of journalists. What are your findings in that regard?
This is related to what I was saying, because as you will have the investigators, they are reluctant to understand the links between the work of journalism and the attacks, as well as the connection between the different aggressions. They won't collect the evidence properly or in a timely manner, because they will lose a lot of time at the first maybe 1 year, 2 years, even 3, without collecting that evidence. So that's a straight, it's a straight route to impunity. This is the case of Jeanette Bedoya. When she was attacked 20 years ago, she was victim of torture and sexually assaulted. The first response of the state was not to believe in her, was not to believe her testimony, nor to collect the evidence. And there is a lot of wrongdoings in the late collection. Some of the evidence was even missed during the process.
Is there an active role of the state of Colombia in also, for lack of a better word, destroying the evidence or malusing the evidence, so making sure that these investigations don't go forward?
Many of the journalists that are attacked in Colombia and hardly attacked and actively attacked is because they are investigating about corruption, drug trafficking, and many other wrongdoings in the public administration. Many of these cases, of course, you will have the state responsibility, direct state responsibility, or by aiding or abetting other illegal groups on these wrongdoings. And one of our concerns is that during the judicial proceedings, there is some kind of reluctance to advance because it might create state responsibility. It might lead to recognize that the state had some part of the responsibility. So both during the investigation and the collection of the evidence and during the judicial proceedings, the fact that the state may have been involved will always create some unnecessary delays, and will always shape this with the doubt that this is the reason why judicial proceedings don't advance.
And lastly, there's a question. Colombia, like many other countries about which we will be listening today, is engaging in some national process, in this particular case for a transitional justice process, but many other countries have mechanisms to fight impunity in place. In that, taking that into consideration, has the repression against journalists or the attacks on journalists ceased or decreased, or what is the situation, Ms. Carrillo?
It is very unfortunate, but since the peace accord, the figures are steady. Instead of decreasing, which is the figure of murders worldwide is decreasing according to UNESCO, the case of Colombia is different. We still have the same figures for the 5 past year, which is 8 journalists that were killed, the last one being a month ago, which is absolutely sad, and this really shows on the spotlight that in Colombia there is no there's no preventive public policy regarding the protection of journalists. It's very poor, despite we have adopted a lot of international standards, regional standards. There's a low law enforcement. And you will always find these in the convictions at the regional level. You may find very well-trained people at the central level, but this is not the case all over the country. So I think there is also a big effort for the judicial role on this fight against impunity.
Thank you very much. Anything else you would like to add?
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raissa. I call the next witness, Karinna Moskalenko.
Hello, everybody. I'm Karinna Moskalenko.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you just introduce yourself briefly for the panel of judges, please?
So I'm Russian practicing lawyer since I was Soviet practicing lawyer, starting in 1977, then continue after Russia became independent country, a new country. I started to practice human rights law because we were lucky to become a part of the European Court on Human Rights system and generally a European Council of Europe system. And since that time, I started to work both in Russia and in Strasbourg court. And I represent quite a lot of victims, but when I say me, it means a great team which calls International Protection Center, now registered in Strasbourg according to the French law. It calls Centre de la Protection Internationale. And so we are doing cases in Russia, in Ukraine, in Armenia, other countries. And finally, if people will not receive justice in their countries, we represent victims before the European Court of Human Rights. Many years I was a commissioner for the ICJ, International Commission of Jurists, and member of the executive committee. Now I'm kind of retiring, and I'm an honorable member. Also, I have honorable doctorate degree in the American University, South Methodist University. And my current appointment was in the United Nations. I am not in a position to say much about that, but now I'm head of the expert team on investigation of finding mission on violations of human rights in Belarus, but I'm not in a position to say something about that.
And how many cases, Ms. Moskalenko, have you tried or investigated of the killing of journalists or repressed?
Good question. If you are asking about my personal cases where I'm the only lawyer, it's maybe less than 100. But with our team, it's more than 600 cases won already before the European Court, and some 500 or 600 filed more and pending, expecting the deliberation of the European judges.
And all these cases were filed and initiated in Russia?
They were exhausted. I mean, as domestic remedies, they were exhausted in Russia, or I said in Ukraine or Armenia or Azerbaijan or other country. And then, on behalf of the victims in Russia, in other countries, it has been filed with the European Court, later found admissible, and later we won this number of cases, and we keep doing, we continue to work on some other new cases.
And could you please introduce for the tribunal and the audience the case of the journalist Alla Polonetskaya?
Oh, thank you for your question, but it is very, very touching and very difficult question, because Anna, she was my friend. We were doing actually the same cases where people were hopeless, like in Chechnya, for example, during the military operation. And people feel like Anna is their last resort. She comes to camps. Thank you very much. She's coming to the camp, she's listening the story, she's publishing her articles, and with this they were some kind protected and survived and things like that. And she gave me these names, or I received some information from other sources, and I visited almost the same people, and I advised them to bring the cases to the European Court because of impossibility to defend them within the country. So we, together with some Russian human rights organizations like Memorial, Moscow Helsinki group, for which I am a member since, we started the movement of protecting these people if it is impossible to defend them within the country. Of course, we were doing all the steps to exhaust the domestic remedies. Later, to bring these cases to the European Court. And Anna, she was not only the source of the information. She was living, she forgot about her own life. She was living with these people morally, and she supported them very much. And she toughly criticized their high military high-ranked military staff and the whole political leadership in Russia. And so that was clear, including for her, that one day they will not allow her to continue. That was a question of time. Because you should know that so many journalists in Russia were silencing, not necessary with assassination, just silencing because they had something to afraid, even afraid for their next kin, their relatives, or some, misdoing in some questions. I mean, they stopped to criticize. And only those for whom the authority had any compromat, let's say, like Anna Politkovskaya, Yuri Shikachyhin, Dmitry Kholodov, all these cases I'm doing, Natalia Estemirova, other assassinated journalists, they were not something in their background which allowed the authorities to push them, to threat them, and to make them silence. The most, really most significant was name of Anna Politkovskaya, whom people know, whom Russian people trusted, and we all relied on her. And one day, horrible day, 7th of October 2006, in the elevator of her own house, she was killed by somebody, some bastards. And I started with her case immediately, and I'm continuing until tomorrow, until yesterday, and tomorrow I'm going to do some more steps on this case. What we were doing from the very beginning, when we have noticed that this investigation on this case is not adequate, effective, or somehow persuasive, we started to complain, firstly, to the domestic court, that this is not effective and there is a procedure which allows us. And later, when the Russian court, regional court, did not react properly on these signals, we went to the European Court of Human Rights.
What does not reacting properly means in Russia? Were they taking steps to investigate? Were there proceedings in place? How did they handle this case?
There are some standards of the effective investigation, which have been already produced by the European Court before Anna's case, but we confirmed this in our judgment, in the court's judgment. It is the immediate actions discovering the truth, trying of the investigation to find those perpetrators, active steps, following the request of the victim side. We filed many motions pushing the investigation to discover the truth, and they were all refused by the investigator. Non-accession of our side, victim side, and I represented family of Anna Politkovskaya, her 2 children, her sister and her mother. Mom is not still alive, unfortunately. But we started on behalf of 4. And the investigator refused us everything. And the court in Russia said, it's okay, nothing special. But the European Court had registered this case. And during all this investigation, with all these stages and steps, they were listening how our case in Strasbourg is going on, because if I named some people like Dmitry Holodov, Yuri Shikochin, Paul Khlebnikov, whose family I consulted, sometimes Natasha Istimirova. In all these cases, there was no such a great opportunity to refer to the findings of the European Court. But in this case, our authorities, they were caring about what's going on. That's why, finally, in the same year, 2007, when we filed our complaint, they have arrested about 10 people. Then some of them were released. Some of them new were arrested. And after all those criminals were acquitted. And we said, okay, they are innocent. But who are responsible? Still, the government of the country is responsible. And if you want to clean your name, please investigate properly.
Who were these individuals? Who were these associated to the government? Who were these individuals that were arrested?
They were not associated with the government. They were just very influential people. But they all were released, and I am not in a position to name them. So if they are released, or some of them are acquitted, then they are innocent formally. But finally, after the acquittal judgment, based on the acquittal verdict of jury, some of them were arrested again, and then some more people already associated with the high police entity, secret entity, who is following us when they want to protect our lives, and in this case that was vice versa. So these people were arrested in a new trial. And what I'm saying, only because this case was at the control, let's say, or under managing by the European Court, it gives us a great chance to have this case sent to the Russian court, and everybody could listen and see what happened in this case. By the way, the judicial authorities wanted to close the trial. We objected as a victim side, but suddenly discovered some wrongdoing of the court, and they forced to open the trial. So Anna trial was open both times.
Just one last question, just for everyone to know. What is the status right now of Anna's case?
Well, so finally, 5 people were convicted, and one more person who is who used to be a colonel of the secret police, He was convicted to 11 years. Some of the criminals been convicted in their main trial to long terms, 14 years, 11 years, and 12 years, and 2 life sentences. This is kind of our achievement at that stage, but we are not satisfied with that because we still do not have those who financed this crime, those who ordered this crime. And actually, on my humbling view, we still have no the person who killed Anna, because one who was convicted for this action, he certainly was around this horrible team, but he was not the same person who, you can see the camera, the person who left the entrance of Anna's house. It is another person, and nobody wants to discover that. But because the European Court, 2 years ago, said Russian authorities, they are responsible for the violation of Anna's right to life, and there was no adequate and effective investigation, means that the Russian authorities, they have to continue the investigation. In all cases, list of cases have been closed already, except Anna's case. So we keep them, like, you know, responsible and obliged to do something, and they are sometimes imitating something, activity. Sometimes they discover new facts, but we keep this case ongoing.
Wonderful, thank you very much.
Sorry. May I?
Thank you, Karinna. Thank you to all the witnesses and the judges and the prosecution. We will now have a coffee break until 12. At 12, the next testimony will be by Maria Ressa, followed by Jeroen Akkermans and Hatice Cengiz. Please note that there is a live stream. If you would like to share the live stream to people not physical here, please feel free to do so. And if you need the Wi-Fi password, please find somebody from Free Press Unlimited. We'll meet back at 12. Our next witness is Maria Ressa, virtually here with us today. Hi, Maria.
How does this work? Does she see us? Okay, thank you. Perfect. It's a little technology. Apologies. I can see you. That is very... Hello and welcome. And I was wondering, Ms. Ressa, if you could introduce yourself and Rappler, please, for the tribunal and the judges.
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me. My name is Maria Raissa. I've been a journalist for more than 35 years, so I'm old. I started in 1986 in the Philippines. I actually worked for a government station that was just trying to figure out, what coming out of almost 21 years of censorship was going to be like. So it was an amazing time. In 1987, I helped start a company called Pro Productions. It was the first investigative news magazine program in the Philippines. And around that same time, CNN asked me to start its bureau in Manila. In 1995, I moved to Indonesia. I opened CNN's Jakarta bureau. That's where I covered, well, from there I began to cover kind of like this shift in Southeast Asia from authoritarian one-man rule. That was including near the end of nearly 32 years of Suharto's rule in Indonesia. At the end of 2004, I came home to the Philippines and headed the largest news organization, ABS-CBN, the same one that lost its franchise last May here in 2012. I started Rappler with 3 of my co-founders, all journalists about my age. We hired the smartest 20-somethings we could find. Our elevator pitch when we were putting the company together is about the impact of journalism. It's this simple. We build communities of action. The challenge for us was, how do we continue to hold power to account? How can we use technology to do that, to embrace it and to merge technology with the mission of journalism? To try to find a solution back then and today, we stick to our 3 pillars: technology, journalism, and community.
Wonderful. And how, if you can just relate for the tribunal, how did you and Rappler became under attack in the Philippines? Just walk us a little bit through that.
It's funny because it's very similar. I suppose funny is the wrong word, but it's very similar to how democracy in many parts of the world were also subverted. We came under attack in 2016 because we challenged the impunity of 2 very powerful men in the organizations they ran, Rodrigo Duterte and the brutal drug war, and Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook. We exposed the government's propaganda machine on Facebook in the same way we exposed the way the government of the Philippines was modifying the numbers of casualties in the drug war. We demanded accountability, an end to impunity, and that was where all our trouble began. We stuck to the mission of journalism, to the facts.
Sorry, did I miss that? Sorry that I was just a little... And then, what reporting specifically on the administration of Duterte or in the elections that brought him as president, were you reporting? I mean, they got you guys in the situation, and how they retaliate to you personally and to Rappler, please.
Sure. So first, let me just point out that the Philippines is a first adapter to technology. We were known as the SMS texting capital of the world, and on social media this year, for the 6th year in a row, Filipinos spend the most time on the internet and on social media. That's from Hootsuite and We Are Social, those numbers. Cambridge Analytica whistleblower Chris Wiley called us the Petri dish, where he said that the tactics of mass manipulation were tested here and in countries like Nigeria, countries in the global south where systems of accountability are weak. This enabled them to test with relative impunity, and when those tactics work, they ported these over to the West. I think the other part is that we're around democracy. We have press freedom, but at the same time, our institutions are weak and corruption is endemic. I was hoping that when we set up Rappler that we could use technology to help jumpstart development, and it actually worked from 2012 to 2016. I think until the American companies got too greedy. When Facebook began instant articles in 2015, then all the news groups came on the platform, but they didn't realize or didn't care about what the impact it would have on the global information ecosystem. The two stories we continue to cover that really led to the legal challenges. So first it was the weaponization of social media that enabled the weaponization of the law. The first story, I talked about this brutal drug war. Casualties, you know, the first casualty in the Philippines battle for truth is exactly the number of people killed in the drug war, because we watched that number shift in plain sight. The police, beginning in 2016, a few hours after President Duterte took his oath of office, we had the first person killed. And then, you know, in our night shift, we had only one team, but they would come home in those months in 2016 with at least 8 dead bodies a night. The police began reporting numbers that were alarming, reaching up to 7,000, until they realized that these numbers were also getting them criticized. And then in plain sight, in plain view, they began to atomize them and to change them. So instead of at least 7,000 people, they carved out something they called deaths under investigation. This kind of atomization kind of characterizes the attacks on democracy. So you take out deaths under investigation, and in plain sight, by January 2017, it moved from 7,000 people to 2,000, a little more than 2,000 people killed. Rappler came under attack because we kept telling people the original number and how it was being changed and how it was being atomized. The United Nations now says it's about 8,800. The police still stick to about 6,600. And yet human rights organizations say that in the first 3 years of the Duterte administration, at least 27,000 people were killed. That's an ongoing story. It continues. It has shifted. These tactics have shifted from the drug war. Now it's used these same tactics on social media, kind of bottom-up attacks on social media, top-down attacks by government, have shifted to attack human rights activists. But the way it worked was anyone who questioned the brutal drug war beginning in 2016. So it started with the citizens. They were pummeled on social media, on Facebook. Facebook is essentially our internet. 100% of Filipinos on the internet are on Facebook. When they were pounded to silence, as we continued reporting what was happening and how these numbers were changing, we became targets of attacks. So journalists next, and then opposition politicians after that. And then beyond that, then this kind of online violence occurring in an environment of violence and fear then seeped into the real world. I'll mention one last thing, which is that there were cautionary tales that were set up. You know, in business, very early on, President Duterte attacked a businessman, Roberto Ongpin, who had a publicly listed company. That affected the stock shares. He did it from the presidential pulpit, right? He did it. The second in politics is Senator Laila de Lima. She was the former head of the Commission on Human Rights, who investigated Duterte while he was still Davao mayor. She also was a Secretary of Justice. She has been in prison for plunder and drug charges that have never really been proven in court since February 2017. And then finally, I'm the cautionary tale for journalism in the sense that in less than 2 years, I've had 10 arrest warrants. Rappler has had 9 legal cases filed against it.
And that's what you call to use the law as a weapon against journalism. How is also social media used as a weapon? You also mentioned that against you and Rappler specifically.
Yeah, thank you for asking. Look, last week I testified at the UK Parliament about how the online safety bill could be shifted. I think it is about how social media has become a behavior modification system, and we, the users, are treated in these online ongoing experiments like Pavlov's dogs. The biggest concern is really not content, because that's where everyone gets lost. It is algorithmic bias and distribution. That's the problem. It's the same methodology, whether it's in the Philippines, the United States, Venezuela, Turkey, Brazil. You know, research has shown that lies laced with anger and hate spread faster and further on social media. This was published actually by MIT on Science Magazine in 2018. These platforms grow through their algorithmic choices. And an example of one is using friends of friends as a basis of its recommendation system. When your personal accounts grow, the more friends each of us has, the more the platforms grow. And that's the same for all social media platforms. This recommendation algorithm has been A/B tested, and it's based on friends of friends. That works the best. But, you know, this is a chapter that I'm actually writing about in the book. Friends of friends actually is the beginning of how democracy was broken. This is what happened in the Philippines. In 2016, we were all in the center. We didn't debate the facts. We agreed on the facts. In May, after President Duterte won, he used that kind of polarizing us against them style of leadership. And then by using friends of friends, you know, if you're, here's the center, if you're pro-Duterte, and you can substitute any other leader like Duterte, Trump, for example. If you're pro-Duterte, you moved further right with the friends of friends algorithm. If you're anti-Duterte, you moved further left. That's 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. So you can see that that algorithm divides. Another algorithm that gives you what you see on your news feed radicalizes. And what that does is tearing apart of the public sphere allows these filter bubbles to create their, you know, this actually came from a White House spokeswoman, alternative facts. And when you have that, that system of micro-targeting is then exploited by power to insidiously manipulate people in a democracy. By design, the platforms, they divide and they radicalize. We've seen this globally. Oxford University this year, it's the Computational Propaganda Research Project, said that cheap armies on social media are rolling back democracy in at least 81 countries around the world. The problem, of course, is that online violence, so this is the way that works, is that when you're targeted, you're pounded. After we did the weaponization of the internet series, the founders of Rappler wrote it. I wrote 2 of the 3-part series. The first part was weaponization of the internet. The second, the slug in 2016, was how Facebook algorithms impact democracy. And the third was manufactured reality. We looked at a sock puppet, 26 fake accounts. And we manually counted how these 26 fake accounts could influence up to 3 million other accounts, right? This created the enabling environment for the weaponization of the law. And what we've seen is democracy dying by 1,000 cuts. The first cut, the drug war, and then after that, then you see the attacks on the citizens, and then you see fear. I guess the last thing I'll say is how the methodology works, right? In 2016, after we published the weaponization of the internet series, I was hit with at least 90 hate messages per hour. It was like walking into a new world. You have no idea what is real and what isn't. And the end goal of all these attacks is to not just pound the target to silence, but also to create this kind of fake bandwagon effect, the manufactured reality that then lets everyone believe that, you know, the meta-narrative, for example, in my case, is journalist equals criminal. You say that lie 1 million times, it becomes a fact. That comes bottom up. In 2017, President Duterte came top down using that same narrative in his State of the Nation address. It's kind of like our State of the Union. And he then says the same thing, top down. And about a week later, I got my first subpoena. Rappler got its first subpoena. In 2018, 11 cases and investigations were opened by the Philippine government against us. In 2019, the arrests began. My first arrest was in February of 2019. And I spent most of 2019, 90% of my time dealing with the legal cases. From then up until 2021. So I've received 10 arrest warrants in less than 2 years. In 2020, June 15th, I was convicted along with a former colleague of mine for cyber libel. For a story that Rappler published in 2012, I didn't write, edit, or supervise. Rappler was found innocent, but my colleague and I were found guilty, and I continue to fight this case in court. After that conviction, I then received a 9th and then a 10th arrest warrant January this year. So it's very similar to what actually happened also in the United States with Stop the Steal. You know, the meta-narrative was seeded a year in August of 2019, a year before the violence on January 6th. It was then picked up by Steve Bannon on YouTube, seeded in closed pages, and then picked up by Tucker Carlson and Fox. QAnon drops it in October before it comes top down from President Trump about election violence. So you go in any country around the world, you can just see that the cases, these types of the weaponization of social media creates this enabling environment that brings online violence into the real world.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I wanted to congratulate you for receiving the Peace Nobel Prize. I should have mentioned that for the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. I call the next witness Jeroen Akkermans.
Hello, Mr. Akkermans. Good afternoon. Would you mind introducing yourself briefly for the Tribunal, please?
I will. I'm Jeroen Akkermans. I'm a Dutch reporter for RTL News in the Netherlands. Been a correspondent traveling, starting in London, then to Luxembourg of all places, Moscow, and for the last 20 years I've been reporting from Berlin and Eastern Europe. And the case I'm going to talk about today is the case from 2008. And if you allow me, I would like to explain a little bit of the case so you know why this is an important case and why this case is telling for the impunity we are discussing today. I won't go here because I think it's easier for me to talk to the audience from here. I hope you can hear me. You can? That's good. We are looking here at the Human Rights Court in Strasbourg. Yes, I've been there, I've done that. Going to court sounds cool, as if fighting for justice makes the victim of a war crime feel stronger. But for us, the road to justice has been just a disaster. For nearly 13 years, both the ICC in The Hague, that you see now here, and the European Court for Human Rights in Strasbourg have ignored the rights of the victims in what I believe is an exceptional strong case. The facts. On the last day of the 5-day war between Russia and Georgia in 2008, an Iskander missile, look at the bastard, was fired from Russian territory into the Georgian town of Gori, 20 kilometers behind front lines. This town that you know, had been evacuated. There was no soldier left. There was no military object in the vicinity. And as far as I know, firing a missile in 50 kilometers up in the sky, 50 kilometers up, coming down onto the square of an empty city center with just civilians on it, is a war crime, and I hope you agree. It landed here on the Stalin Square, as it still is being called in Georgia. The missile carried a cluster bomb, and when this exploded on the square, thousands of metal fragments flew in all directions in order to kill or maim everyone alive. My colleague, and here we go, cameraman for Dutch RTL News Stan Storymans, died when the cluster bomb exploded, and 11 Georgian civilians died with him. It's been live recorded on 5 security cameras. You see the metal fragments flying around. It's a storm, as I know, because I was standing on the same square. The Israeli journalist Zadok Yecheskeli was riddled with over 30 of these bullets, but he survived. I was only hit by a few fragments in non-vital parts. And this is typical cluster bomb damage. Buildings around the square showed typical cluster bomb damage, like the tiny holes you see in the windows. A cluster bomb only destroys humans, not buildings. There is no doubt the Iskander missile belonging to the Russian arsenal, which delivered the cluster bomb on the square. Yes, it was the Russian 630th Iskander training battalion who did it, and they were proud of it. In the 2009 victory parade, it was praised as an quote-unquote effective weapon. Hoorah, they say afterwards, all the soldiers on the Red Square. Even the impact of the cone of the missile has been recorded too on camera, as you see on the red arrows, leaving its marks on the tarmac. And here we are. This photo has been photographed by an international journalist called Burak Karma. Fragments have been observed by Dutch and foreign diplomats, by international journalists, investigators, and yes, also by me. So this is not hocus pocus. These big Iskander parts have been observed, photographed, and taken for analysis by numerous investigators. Now, the widow of Stan Storymans, Marjolein, relatives of the Georgian victims, Zadok, and me, we sued the Russian member of the European Council for violation of the right to life at the European Courts in Strasbourg. Yes, we have such rights. Even on the front line, you have a right to life for every civilian. And yes, Russia signed up for the Human Rights Convention. But what appears to be a clear-cut case drowns in a judicial swamp. I'm going too fast here. The swamp arises from the Russian denial. The Russians told the court that the missile parts could have been stolen from the missile test site in Russia. I'm not kidding. According to their conspiracy theory, the Americans might have taken these remnants from Russia and transported them secretly across borders and planted them on the crime site in Georgia, 1,000 kilometers away. I'm not making this up. It's been told like this in court. Photos of the remnants, like these, fake too, according to Russia. Just to, here it comes, to blame the Russian army. Now the cluster bomb. Also our car, which was on the crime site, was riddled with small holes. I took this photo of the car window and I took 3 fragments from the car, the damaged car, for forensic analysis in the Netherlands. These tiny shittle bullets. Guess what? The Russian delegation suggests in court again, the Human Rights Court in Strasbourg, that I'm a liar because they say there was no cluster bomb whatsoever deployed by the Russian army. According to Russian lawyers, there are no holes in the car window, which means I'm showing you once again a fake photo. The Russian delegation, with a representative of the Russian government, by the way, in court, still the Human Rights Court in Strasbourg, even suggested that the deadly cluster bomb piece in the heart of Stan, located in the heart of Stan, might have been planted in his body too, once again to frame the Russian army. But if it wasn't the Russians, who else? Please tell us, Moscow. Well, the Russians, by the name of Mr. President Medvedev, during a visit in the Netherlands in 2009, he suggested it could have been a mortar grenade, a weapon for which its identity of the perpetrator is not easily established. All experts know this. The Russians have the resources and the motive to investigate such an allegation, but no. The mortar was just created to create fog and to protect the perpetrators. For your information, a cluster bomb causes shallow craters, as you can see here on the square. There were many of these shallow craters, I can promise you. Despite all evidence, the Court for Human Rights recently ruled in a so-called umbrella case that war crimes committed during the so-called active wartime will be ignored, protecting the war criminal instead of the victim. This court ruled it will only look into war crimes committed after the signing of the preliminary peace deal at noon, August 12, 2008. Not the war itself, but not the war victims themselves, who are the most vulnerable, get the protection they need, but the war criminals. This incredible ruling means that Stan was killed 78 minutes too early for any kind of justice at the European Court for Human Rights in Strasbourg. I call it surrender of the justice system. Can you feel the slap in the face? For all the victims, the battle for justice has nothing been but a humiliating experience. It's even difficult to pronounce here. We've been left alone, dumped on the mountain of good and bad intentions. A cheap denial of a powerful defendant was all it took to escape justice for 13 years. The message is clear. Our case shows that the credibility of the international rule of law is at stake here. Time to do something about it, time to take action. Thank you.
Just one question to follow up, and thank you very much for that detailed and meticulous explanation. What do you think, and I'm calling for a speculation, what do you think are the obstacles for not achieving justice after all this?
Well, if we indeed want to file a case in the Netherlands, which is a backdoor, as I call it, we need to have the chain of command. We need to know who we want to prosecute. Well, I can tell you that I've been, together with other people, good experts, we've been investigating this chain of command. The thing is that there was only one Iskander battalion in 2008. So we know where they are, we know who the commanders were, we have their names.
And perhaps, you know, in the same realm of things, do you think that the reasons are strictly political, was that you're hinting, or they may be technical? So, because I think as we look at impunity from all its trends and in an effort to genuinely address it, do you think there are technical difficulties? Do you think that the evidence, or it's just been no technical reason whatsoever?
Well, obviously there are obstacles and there are technical problems, judicial problems, but after 13 years, I'm a bit tired of looking for excuses. This is a terror, you know, how often does it happen that a war crime has been live recorded, that there is a murder weapon leading only to one perpetrator? You know, normally this is not the case, and if in such a strong case there is no judge to even prosecute, well, what does this tell us about the international justice system? I'd like to hear your answer.
And I may not have one. And in the last question, what it will be, understanding that there may be limitations, because I think it's something that we also forget often. I understand that there may be limitations to the judicial system or to the current laws applying international humanitarian law and the like. What do you feel that should be done to acknowledge what happened, to revise what happened, to analyze that will feel like justice for yourself, Mr. Akkermans, and for your colleague?
Well, I'm not sitting here just for myself. I'm sitting here in the name of the relatives of Stan. I'm sitting here because of Zadok Yegeskeli, and I'm sitting here for 12 Georgian, the relatives of 12 Georgian victims who have been left alone for 13 years by all authorities. You know, I don't really care what the reasons for not having justice so far, but we need some sort of a signal from the international courts that indeed, in this case, where the proof, the evidence is so strong that we have to do something here. I mean, like, what kind of precedent is this ruling setting for all the war crimes of the future, all the wars? You know, the Human Rights Court, a human rights court, is saying to us, we're not going to deal with all the violations of the Human Rights Convention at wartime because it's too chaotic. We cannot clearly see who is in the authority. Well, if people want to get more details of who was in control of the front line on the August 12th, I can assure you that the Russian army was. I mean, anyone who is looking into the case will know this, but they refuse to look at it. I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, it's mad and sad.
Grace, any question? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeroen. I call the next witness Hatice Cengiz.
Hello, good afternoon. I would like, if you don't mind, introducing yourself, Ms. Cengiz, for the tribunal.
Of course. Good morning, good evening. My name is Hatice Cengiz. I am a Turkish citizen. I'm coming from Istanbul, Turkey, to give my testimony here. Actually, I was any normal person before 2018. I grew up in Turkey, in Istanbul. And I was researcher. I'm trying, a writer and academic person. And I visited many countries in the Middle East, and I learned Arabic when I was 20. And I graduated the social researcher in Istanbul University. Then, 2016, I decided to by the way, when I decide to understand the another people, because Turkey is in the middle, it's close to Europe and close to Middle East. So I decide to understand the Middle Eastern people, the another people. So then I learned Arabic. Then I stayed at Egypt 3 years or almost 4 years. Then I decide after Arab Spring came, then a lot of refugees came to East Turkey to understand more and more about Arabs and what's going on in the Middle East. Then I decided to go to Oman as a Gulf country because I was expecting that another wave will come from Gulf countries. So it was the idea that I specialized about Oman. I stayed there 1 year, then I graduated at master's degree about Omani culture and the social life in Oman. Then I met Jamal 2018 in Istanbul. I was attending the conference about the Middle East or Gulf countries or something like that. Then my relation or our relation started that day. And we stayed on connection or communication between us. He wrote me and I wrote him. I interviewed him at the same day that I met him. Then the relation became more special. Then we decided to get married. Then he visited Turkey many times after he decided or we decided to get married. So the last time when he was visiting, of course, as a citizen of Turkey, I was know that there is some steps if you want to get married someone. If you are foreign, that I inform him that these steps that you have to get some documents from your country or from your embassy or I don't know, and then we had double checked. Is there any another option that we can complete that road without these papers or documents? And then unfortunately, we couldn't do that because there is no way. Anyway, me and him, we went to consulate to 2nd of October 2018. Many times, we visited them 2 times. First time was 28th of September, and it was the beginning of our journey as the Saudi side that they know the Jamal was coming and he wants to marry someone in Turkey or something like that. The 2nd of October, they gave him appointment that the documents or papers will be ready if you visit us again. Then he visited them. I was there. I was waiting outside the consulate, and he did not come back again. And my CV is, I think most of you guys here may be wondering after that time, not before that time. Unfortunately, it's weird, but I have a life before Jamal and also after Jamal. But what I'm saying here, I don't know how I can introduce myself, but I am a human being at first. I'm any person, very normal person. I'm still keep this side of me because it makes me a human being more. I'm not politics speaker and human rights defender because I do not have any idea about human rights, because when you, in the real justice system, if there is a justice system, I don't know, someone if do any wrong against the rules or law, we say or we call him or her guilty. So there is one guilty in this case, in my case, but no one can say that. So then what you are talking about, what the human rights? For me, I'm not graduated from journalism or human rights issues. So the people call me human rights defender. Because of you, I become human rights defender. Because of your government, because of your politicians, because of international silence about this crime. So in this point, I don't accept that when someone called me human rights defender, it's not make me more behave, because it was not my choice. It wasn't my choice. It wasn't my hope to being a human rights defender, maybe. But at the same time, I have big hope. What I'm doing here with you is it gives me a little bit hope, because I know it's not real court. If we give chance to hold these people sitting here to prosecute the real killers and the real orders of killing, they will do something else. Instead, they are just hearing and listening. So it's so sad what the last witnesses said, mad and sad. But what I want to say is introduce myself. I don't know how I can explain myself, who I am. I'm speaking with myself, by the way. I did not prepare anything. It's something else. And so I don't know what I'm saying. But I am a human being, and I'm a woman, and I have a good hope for life. And I want to be happy and get something or live something before I die. It's me.
No, and you're making absolute sense to all of us, I think. And I understand that you were put in this position, but that the life has put you in the place of being a human rights defender. And in that sense, you're leading a struggle to find some justice for Jamal. What are your objectives in that fight, if you can tangibly identify them?
It is a very long story, but I can say after the murder, I moved to London to learn English. At that time, I wasn't know any word, English word. So I decided to start a new life in London. So because the political weather and the social weather was very, very sad in my country, in my neighborhood when Jamal killed. And I couldn't change that picture. So then I decided to move to London. When I moved to London, I was expecting that my life will be more normal day by day. Then I learned that the Saudi side or Saudi people following me in London. What I'm trying to say, my objective is here, danger. I was in danger. Still we are in danger because there is impunity, and impunity encourage the another killers. And if you do not hold accountable him directly or himself or these people that we know their names from the news that came to Turkey to kill Jamal, and we don't know any small details about the tribunal in Saudi. So my objective is, there is a case in Turkey, it start being slow. There is a case in the US against this crown prince and beside him the another killers. And the Saudi side asked about emotional dismiss because the crown prince says, I have immunity. As a crown prince, he says, I am head of the state or I am head of the country, but he wasn't. He's not head of the country. And in this case, we cannot speak about immunity because it is against humanity, I think. This crime against the humanity, it's not against anyone, because if you see details of this crime, you cannot explain where you can put this crime, because it's a very huge, it's a very brutal. So, and even my objective also in this point, I don't remember any part of my life someone killed and then they disappeared his body. Even the whole world, even you and your government and my government and the United States and how many countries in the world, I don't know, but they know what happened to Jamal. And even though we do not have any real act against this killer because of money or because of financial interest, because of another maybe 1, 2, 3, 4. But I cannot accept that it is my objective, because I want to be a human being at first, then I can do another title like writer or thinker or human rights defender. But I thought that it's my personal responsibility to speak out about this case, at least to achieve something.
Thank you. And the last question, and perhaps understanding the impactful and I think the relevance that you describe of the killing of Jamal and his work, his tenure as a journalist, the many threats. Did you feel that international institutions, and you mentioned a case or an investigation and legal representation in the UK and a case in the US, you still think that the states and the legal community tribunals have responded to these, and that there's hope? Because I think that this case epitomizes impunity in a very challenging way for many because of those responsible and the current. And so it's important, I think, for us to be honest in that regard. How do you measure that response on the international institutions and states?
Actually, there is a lot of things happen after his killing because of the international institution and organizations and the media outlets, and they did not give up to speak about this case because of this. Still, this case is not that, it's alive. When something happened in Saudi or with Saudi people, the people suddenly or automatically asking about what happened to Jamal. And but if you ask me honestly, as a conclusion, if we, for example, the international community and the governments, or not governments, the international community and the another foundations and organization did their turn, but the real turn should come from the governments, should come from the rulers, from the leaders. As a conclusion, we can see now in Britain, for example, 2-3 weeks ago, as a bad conclusion, Saudi take over the Newcastle United as a support club. Because there is no real action, there is no real sanction against himself. I'm not talking about the country, I'm talking about the person who ordered this killing. So then you can see everywhere everything will happen. You have to stop them, you have to stop him, you have to say you cannot leave your country, I do not accept you in my country. And then you can say, I will not do some business with you because of this crime. It is very interesting. By the way, everything is growing up to good things. For example, the technology and what we did with Maria Ressa just now with the meeting with another country very far away here, then the whole these things growing up the very good ways, but at the end, at the same time, the human rights and democracy or freedom of speech going down. But it's a very interesting, so we are talking about something very dangerous for humanity. So Jamal was remind us the democracy in the Middle East and the freedom of speech. They killed him because of these values that he was talking about. So we have to remind him, and we have to do not forget his story. And but something like this event encourage all of us against these killers to not stop. So maybe it makes sense as an achievement. The second thing, it's like being more human being, because the first responsibility, all of us being human being, not being anyone, do not care about the essential things in our life, like job or money, you know. We shouldn't forget this part, because if you lost your humanity, you cannot do anything.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hatice. That concludes this block of witness testimonies. We will now have a lunch break of 1 hour, starting again at 2 o'clock with the UN Special Rapporteur, Irene. There will be food downstairs where you've also had coffee, and there's a small park here around the church, so feel free to take a little break outside, and then we will reconvene at 2. If everyone could take their seat again, then we will start with the next block of witness testimonies. Thank you so much. I call the first witness, Irene Khan, the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to freedom of expression. Irene is with us today virtually. Thank you, Irene.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. Would you like me to?
No, just absolutely. Hello and welcome. And I just wanted to present a very initial question. If you could please introduce yourself for the tribunal and the audience.
Thank you. I'm Irene Khan. I was appointed by the UN Human Rights Council in August 2020 to be the Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Opinion and Expression. A Special Rapporteur in the UN system is an independent expert with the mandate to monitor, advise, and publicly report on the state of human rights relating to that mandate. And prior to assuming this appointment, I was Director General of the International Development Law Organization from 2012 to 2019, and prior to that, Secretary General of Amnesty International from 2001 to 2009, and I have a background in refugee law, international human rights law. I'm currently teaching human rights law at the Graduate Institute in Geneva.
Thank you. We were hoping if from your experience now as a special rapporteur, you could describe in your perspective, and it's an invaluable perspective about the impunity around the crimes committed against journalists, but specifically what issues you could identify that makes this impunity perhaps so rampant and so deep.
Thank you. Let me start by saying that impunity is a critical problem in relation to the safety of journalists, but also in relation to the independence, diversity, and pluralism of media. Media freedom is threatened by the continued impunity to address crimes against journalists. The needle effectively has not moved in the last 15 years since statistics have been, UNESCO has been gathering statistics on this issue. And the facts and the numbers, of course, speak for themselves. Between 2006 and today, around 1,480 journalists have been killed. That means roughly a journalist killed every 4 days over the past years. And the highest numbers have occurred in Latin America, representing 31%, and very close to it in the Asia-Pacific region with 30% of the killings. And they appear to happen both in countries in times of war as well as in peace, particularly linked to investigative journalism of organized crime, corruption, abuse of power, and in particular the nexus between business and politicians. Let me also mention that while we of course focus on killings of journalists here, and killings of course attract the most public attention, there are also other forms of attacks that take place. In fact, UNESCO reports show that increasingly, as the number of killings go down, the numbers of arbitrary detention has been going up, and there are all forms of other harassment, kidnapping, torture, abduction, even judicial harassment, as is well known in the case of Maria Ressa, who received the Nobel Peace Prize this year. So there is, on the one hand, continued intensified attacks on journalists, and on the other hand, very little has changed in terms of impunity. 9 out of 10 cases of the perpetrators go unpunished. And here it is important to point out, as I said earlier, that we see same level, if not higher, sometimes higher levels of killings in peacetime. They are inevitably linked to the nexus between politics and business. And that implicates state officials and of course, provides the explanation for this high level of impunity in the case of journalists being killed. The killing of a journalist, of course, violates many human rights relating to the individual himself or herself, but it also has a chilling effect on media freedom. It silences others, and it affects the right of society to know. It is both freedom of expression is an individual right, but it is also very heavily related to the society's right to enjoy media freedom. So I think the impact is enormous and very significant of this continued high level of impunity.
Irene, that actually introduces my next question greatly, which is exactly that. Have we reached the point precisely for the quality of the impunity, but also the impact and the more pernicious effects across societies, where an international mechanism, I mean, we know that the High Panel exists and UNESCO, you mentioned, and obviously your own post, but there's any international mechanisms in additional, in a more permanent way, being considered to fight this impunity, to address it?
Well, of course, as you know, the first port of call for justice is the national system. But where the national system fails, there are examples in international law of international mechanisms being created. There is, of course, right now, the International Criminal Court, and the killing of a journalist in certain conditions can amount to a war crime, and that mechanism could come into play. There are also a whole range of other international accountability mechanisms within the framework of the UN to counter impunity. For example, UN-mandated commissions of inquiry, fact-finding missions, investigations, and we have seen them, for example, operate in Syria and in other war-torn Libya. There were the group of eminent persons on Yemen, as you know, whose mandate was not renewed. So there are many possibilities down that path. There is, of course, the special rapporteurs, my mandate, for example, or the UN treaty bodies to whom complaints can be brought. But we do not do criminal investigations. We do human rights investigations. So there are some limits to it. The earlier mechanisms that I spoke about require a special mandate to be created. What is missing is a standing instrument to allow investigations to be carried out internationally.
And what will that instrumental look like, if you may, as your opinion?
Well, Agnes Kalamar, in her then capacity as Special Rapporteur for Summary Executions, had recommended, after her investigation of the killing of Jamal Khashoggi, had recommended an international instrument. And last year, on this particular day, she and I issued a joint public statement in which we actually called for a standing independent investigatory commission to be set up by the United Nations to investigate killings of journalists or attacks on journalists using, where relevant, resources from within the UN system, such as the special rapporteurs or the treaty bodies, as well as other possibilities, other experts from outside the UN system to support national investigation, where national authorities may be willing to investigate but are unable to do so for lack of capacity. But this body should also be able to collect information. This independent investigatory body should also be able to collect information of its own accord. It should be able to identify justice pathways. There may be different, from a case-to-case basis, there may be other opportunities, and the Commission should be able to collect that information and then be able to pass that information on to a reliable authoritative entity, and can work at international level with other actors to support measures to fight impunity. So what we are talking about is a standing commission dedicated to this very difficult issue. we had also requested a task force perhaps to be set up, a task force of experts on whom existing mechanisms like mine could call for support. We recognize that setting up an independent investigatory mechanism may be complicated, will take time, but in the meantime, a task force could be set up outside the UN system, perhaps. It doesn't really matter where it is, but with experts, forensic experts, investigative experts, that those who have existing mandates can call upon. So these are two options. They do not exclude each other. In fact, they can live side by side very well.
And my last question, Ms. Khan, something that we haven't talked today, but I think as a rapporteur from the United Nations is important for us, for the Tribunal, to hear from you. What is that in terms of prevention when it comes to these crimes? We are, particularly lawyers, very keen to react, but not so good at preventing. Have you done any work in that spectrum?
I think this is an extremely important point because we do not want to be in a position to have to investigate killings. We want to be in a position of preventing that kind of severe attack on journalists. And prevention must start with creating a conducive environment in which journalists can work without threat or fear. And there, let me mention to you, 2 weeks ago, myself, as well as the special rapporteurs of the OAS, the OAU, and the OSCE, jointly launched a declaration in which we called upon politicians and political parties and senior state officials to refrain from attacking the integrity of media or of journalists publicly, because that reduces people's trust. What we are talking here, on the one hand, is the increased killings, and on the other hand, a lowering of public trust in the media. A toxic environment is being created. The first element to address in terms of protection is to deal with that environment. Secondly, there can be concrete measures taken to monitor the situation and to create hotlines, for example, when threats are being made that journalists can turn to and seek help. And we know that in most cases of the killings, journalists did try to seek help, but the state authorities either were unable or refused to provide that protection. So there are some concrete measures to prevent and some broader measures to prevent. I also think that although we have talked about tribunals and investigations of killings, there is another measure that states might wish to consider, and that is putting sanctions, using sanctions, individualized, targeted sanctions against those who are seeking to block investigations or who persist in attacking journalists. So these are some measures. I mean, there are a number of protection measures that have been taken, and it is important to also examine what works and what does not work. These are very context-specific issues. Let me mention an important measure that could help, not necessarily for journalists to continue in the way they are, but at least to save them in difficult situations. And that is the use of special visas and special means to evacuate journalists. This has been used most recently in the Afghanistan situation. And of course, there are many other situations where it could be done. It exists. It needs to be known better. It needs to be expanded and applied properly.
Thank you very much, Irene, for your contribution.
Thank you, Irene. There's a small change in the program, and the next witness is therefore Joel Simon, the Executive Director of the Committee to Protect Journalists.
Hello. So can you hear us? I realize that I've been speaking I apologize, but it's the microphone. Can you hear us? Yes.
I hear you loud and clear. Good to be with you.
Hello, how are you? Will you introduce yourself for the tribunal briefly, please?
Yes, I'd be delighted. I am Joel Simon. I'm the executive director of the Committee to Protect Journalists. Before joining CPJ, which was a very long time ago, I was a journalist for over a decade in Latin America.
Joel, I think that we would love to hear it and give you the opportunity to talk about the work, specifically the organization that you helped to fund and direct, and the work at CPJ in protecting journalists, but also, frankly, on the work that you have been conducting on gathering data about the situation of the journalists, about the attacks on journalism, and yeah, please expand as much as you need of that work. This is important, particularly to the fight against impunity.
Yes, I think data is crucial, and we've seen already in the testimony that's been provided that data is sort of at the heart of the argument that we are making about the risk to press freedom and the way that the impunity and the killing of journalists undermines the broader protections that exist for free expression and the right to know. I do want to correct one small point. I didn't found CPJ. It was created in 1981, which I was in high school at that time. But I've been here for 24 years. I've been executive director for 15. This is my last few months in the role. I will be leaving CPJ at the end of the year and taking up a fellowship at Colombia. Regarding the data, one of the things that CPJ, as an organization of journalists, that we've always prided ourselves in doing is researching and documenting violations of press freedom and specific attacks against journalists around the world. That process started not long after we were founded, and we have comprehensive data about the killings of journalists going back to 1992. In 2004, when the issue of impunity first emerged on the international agenda, this was in response to an initiative that another group, the Inter-American Press Association, had undertaken in Latin America, where the murders of journalists were rampant and official protection for criminal organizations had undermined and thwarted investigations into those killings. The Inter-American Press Association developed an impunity campaign where they deployed investigators, investigated crimes, and sought to put pressure on governments to bring the perpetrators of these crimes to justice. And we at CPJ realized that we were sitting on a trove of data that could put the murders of journalists into a global context. And so we undertook with a team of researchers to go back through that data, looking at the period from 1992 to 2006, and we created something we call the impunity index. And this was a means of measuring not just the rate of murders, which was something we'd already been doing, but the ability of governments to solve these murders and bring the perpetrators to justice. I actually remember having a meeting with a government official who said, you know, what do you expect us to do? We have all these murders. How are we going to measure progress? And I realized that we didn't have a way of doing that. So the framework for the impunity index was that we would hold governments accountable, not just for the killings of journalists, but for their own responsibility to investigate these crimes and bring the perpetrators to justice. And we created a structure. We looked at a 10-year period because that was a period during which we thought we might be able to carry out effective advocacy. And we developed a score or a rating based on the specific population of that country, and we ranked the countries in terms of the worst countries for prosecuting the killers of journalists to ones that had a slightly better record. And we used this impunity index to incentivize governments to investigate and solve these murders. And improve their record. One of the data points that you've heard mentioned over and over today is that 90% of these cases, the murders of journalists, the killers get away with it and the crimes go unpunished. That was data that was developed and made public as a result of this exercise in analyzing CPJ's data and developing the impunity index. The number has come down slightly over the 15 years that we've had this impunity index. It's in the low 80s now, but clearly very limited progress has been made. The issue of impunity remains entrenched. Governments have demonstrated a lack of political will in terms of resolving these cases, and the consequences that the global flow of information is undermined, that critical investigative journalism is thwarted, that leading journalists, irreplaceable journalists, are being murdered, and the murders of these journalists are not being brought to justice. So there's an environment in which censorship is accomplished through murder.
I was asked actually, Joe, thank you for the correction before too. That was my next question. And what impact do you think this impunity index have in practical terms? You talk about reducing a little bit the ratio of the percentage, better said. But it is any other, is the name and shame had any impact at all, or could you identify any other effects?
Well, I think it has had an impact, because one of the impacts is, frankly, that we're here today talking about this, and that there's a People's Tribunal, and that there's international awareness, and that you've been able to bring such a significant range of experts and advocates who have been working in this area. I do think that the understanding that just how grave and significant this problem was, that 90% of the murders in 90% of the cases, at least when we initially created the impunity index, the killers got away with the crime, was so shocking and such a clear and fundamental threat to press freedom that it did galvanize an international response. And I know that you talked about the various UN resolutions and mechanisms and structures that have been created as a result. I think the question is really, and the challenge rather, is that this issue is so clearly on the international agenda, and yet there has been almost no progress, or very limited progress. And so I think that's really the question that we are grappling with now. Why is it that 15 years after acknowledging and recognizing the scope of the problem and committing resources to addressing it, that so little has changed? And while there are many complex reasons for that, I think the most fundamental one is the lack of political will. Irene Khan talked about something that we verified as well, which is that most of these crimes, or many of them anyway, involve the nexus of organized crime and official protection. Some of the journalists referenced in today's testimony, Anna Politkovskaya, for example, I would mention Carlos Cardoso in Mozambique, Javier Valdez in Mexico, Daphne Caruana Galizia in Malta. There are so many examples of journalists who have been murdered in reprisal for this kind of reporting. And the obvious challenge here is that when journalists are killed for exposing this nexus of official protection with organized crime, the state itself is not incentivized to solve the crime. To the contrary, the state and the resources of the state may be mobilized to participate in the cover-up of the crime. And breaking through that lack of political will is an enormous challenge and requires the focused and consistent efforts by the international community, by domestic advocacy groups, by the media community, And there are some examples, but it is breaking through that resistance to carrying out a serious investigation is enormously challenging. And I would like to make one other point just in reference to the journalists that I mentioned, some of them, which is that anytime a journalist is murdered and the killers are not brought to justice, it is censorship by murder, and it is a threat to local communities, to informed societies at the national level, and to global understanding, because censorship anywhere is censorship everywhere, to reference Lee Bollinger, the president of Columbia University, who has been a key proponent of global free expression. So what happens, though, is when these specific journalists, I call them vanguard journalists, who have unique skills, investigatory capacity, reach, something that distinguishes them in a profound way from the rest of the media community, when these journalists are killed, they are irreplaceable. There is no one who can step forward and carry out these kinds of investigations. And so when you have a high level of impunity, it actually creates an environment in which those who are predisposed to use violence are incentivized to do so, because they understand that they will be permanently silencing an irreplaceable voice, and that given the current climate, there is very little possibility that they will be brought to justice. And so this is one of the fundamental challenges we face in standing up and protecting the rights of journalists and bringing the killers of journalists to justice, and in creating a global environment in which, again, to make reference to Irene Khan's testimony, in which journalists are free to carry out their work and do not face violent consequences as a result.
Joel, the last question from my side will be, as a consequence of the impunity index and all the investigation work that you guys engage, as to get more information on the causes and obviously exposed it, and automatically, I suppose, demanding more from the states as you relate right now, what role play, in your opinion, the big newspapers, traditional outlets, TV station, the news anchors, those places where some of these unique and perhaps less exceptional freelancing journalists, but their house or their stories revert? What are the role and what can we expect from them on accountability?
Well, there are a couple of things to keep in mind. One is that while impunity is deeply entrenched, one thing that the impunity index revealed is that there are a handful of countries, perhaps around a dozen, that represent the most intractable places where impunity is a persistent problem, and where this creates an environment in which journalists are unable to carry out their normal function without fear of being murdered. I think that the media community has a number of responsibilities. I mean, first is to the individual journalists that they employ. One of the things that our data illustrated is that in 40% of all murders of journalists, there's a threat that precedes the murder. And what that means is that these murders are generally organized plots, and that the journalist has some awareness that there is a plot against them, but the journalist doesn't often have the ability to assess the threat or take action to protect themselves. They do not have the support of the state. They do not have, as Irene Khan, the means to leave the country, if that's a possibility, and go somewhere where on a temporary basis because they can't access visas. So they're incredibly vulnerable, and the media community has a responsibility to the journalists that they employ, or to journalists that are part of the profession, to support journalists who face these kinds of threats and ensure that the threats are not carried out. I also think that the media community has has done a reasonably good job and should continue to do this of raising public awareness. It really makes an enormous difference in the ability to pursue justice. I think that where there is some modicum of justice, a number of things happen. One is the media community gets behind the fight for justice and publicizes it and engages the public. The second is that there is a committed family member or an editor or an advocate or some individual who can personalize and individualize the fight for justice. I know we heard from Hatice Cengiz, and she's certainly playing that role in fighting for justice in the murder of Jamal Khashoggi. And I would point out that the media community in the Khashoggi murder, particularly the Washington Post, which employed Jamal Khashoggi as a columnist, has also played a critical role in raising awareness, in speaking out, in engaging the public, in engaging officials, in applying consistent pressure. I think that response has been exemplary, frankly, but I think it's relatively rare. And I think that while journalists and media organizations are wary of special pleading, of a sense that they are engaging in activities that serve their own interests rather than the public interests, I think in this instance, the interests of the media community or even of a specific media organization and the public interest clearly converge. And if journalists are killed with impunity, then the public is less informed. So the media community coming together, standing shoulder to shoulder, speaking out when their colleagues are killed, covering those investigations, reporting on small developments, pressuring government officials, engaging with the international community, rallying support, all of that is consistent with the role of the media and is something we should expect and demand whenever journalists are murdered.
Thank you very much, Joel. And do you have anything else to add? We're done. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Joel. I call our next witness, Fatou Diagne Senghor, the Regional Director of Article 19 in West Africa.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Fatou. How are you? Well, would you mind please introducing yourself briefly for the tribunal?
I am Fatou Diagne Senghor. I work for Article 19, which is a freedom of expression organization. I'm a human rights advocate with more than 20 years experience. I've been working with Article 19 since 2002. Prior to working with Article 19, I've been working here in the Gambia as a human rights lawyer for a human rights organization called the Institute for Human Rights and Development.
And natural question is, will you please share with us how freedom of expression and freedom of the press has evolved in West Africa, and what have been the obstacles, the recurrent obstacles in the region?
Thank you. I think the evolution has been not linear. As you can see from the early 90s, when we have a lot of changes in the region due to the national conferences, we saw liberalization of the airwave. We've seen also press freedom growing, and linked to that, there have been a lot of media pluralism in terms of newspaper setting, in terms of also establishing of regulatory body that were more or less, in some countries, independent. But in terms of our work, as I said, we work on freedom of expression and access to information. What we've noticed also, despite all those macro trends, there have been pockets of resistance in terms of law reform, we've noticed that despite the evolution, there have been lots of resistance from governments to liberalize properly by way of enacting laws that are conducive, laws that are enabling for media freedom. So we've seen in terms of those quite a lot of restrictions. At the continental level also, in the late 90s to early 2000, we've been seeing a lot of interest in terms of trying to get the regional mechanisms really to be au fait with what was happening across the different countries, but also to evolve. As you know, we have regional mechanisms at the ECOWAS level, but importantly, one of the oldest one is the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And in the early 2000s, they've engaged with civil society, media actors across the continent to really rethink a framework that will help to protect better journalists, but also to address the issues that we've been talking about since the morning, the issues of impunity and also the repression against journalists. So in 2002, I was privileged to be part of a team that led the discussion and also ultimately supported the African Commission to enact what we call the Declaration of Principle on Freedom of Expression in Africa, which was a landmark decision at that time because there was nothing in terms of protection of journalists except the Article 9 of the African Charter, which protects the right to freedom of expression, but has been abused for many times by the different governments. So the declaration was adopted with the support of our organization and many other organizations across Africa and beyond took part in those consultations which we led. And subsequent to that, we encouraged the Commission to set up a mandate, a special mandate, or that will oversee the implementation of the declaration, but also that will give a little bit priority to freedom of expression and media freedom, because we've realized that more and more journalists were aggressed. There were a lot of killings across the region with impunity. So we thought that the Commission needed to use its powers, both its promotional powers and also its legal in terms of setting the framework, but also in terms of also ensuring that it can adjudicate on some of those cases. So in a nutshell, the early years of my undertaking with Article 19 has been revolving around supporting the African Commission to set up the special rapporteur mechanism that will be supporting the implementation of the declaration. In 2010, we realized that after many years of working across Africa through a South African office, but also through working on a lot of policies, training for journalists, but also for members of the judiciary, it was important really to look into the safety of journalists in a more practical. And with our office in Mexico, we've worked closely on different cases, but Gambia was one of the countries where we focused quite a lot of our energy due to the fact that it was quite repressive to be a journalist in the Gambia. The human rights violations were quite important, and the climate of fear was the order of the day, and there was no effective mechanisms or remedies for journalists who were oppressed at that time. So when we set up our office in Senegal, we took it upon ourselves really to focus quite a lot of attention on the Gambia to support journalists and human rights defenders.
Quick questions. We were focusing on the causes and what drives impunity, and it's important to have a deeper knowledge for the Tribunal of West Africa and Africa at large. What would you think will be what was driving such impunity? The difference, not all the countries change in government and shapes of those governments, and regardless, the impunity persists. I'm not sure if, are you there? Are you still there?
Yeah, I didn't get your last question.
Yeah, because we lost you for a minute. Let me just rephrase it. And we were just trying to understand what drives impunity in the region. And as you were pointing out, we had moments of dictatorial regimes, but that was not uniform with the different countries, and yet impunity seemed persistent in all these countries. So I was just questioning whether you were able to identify in your experience what was driving this impunity in the region.
As I said, the situation are quite different from one country to the other. But I think if we look at the overall, we can say that there were countries that were quite advanced in a sense of relative freedom of expression, after the 90s, such as Ghana, such as Senegal. But later on, I think we've seen those gains, being reversed. But I think I just want to pause maybe on around that time between the 90s and the early 2000 to 2010. We've seen, I think, some countries growing in the region, as I mentioned, except few. But countries like Gambia, probably Mauritania, were the few countries that really were considered as very close, not having at all press freedom because of the nature of the regime. They were still governed by semi-military regime. And for those countries that have evolved, there was a lot of change, a lot of challenges, like a country such as Burkina, of course, with, excuse me.
Maybe it's a power cut. She's, no. When you're ready, take your time. You realize the circumstances. I always have my child running behind me when I'm on Zoom.
I'm just trying to. Yeah, so just sorry.
That's all right.
Thought everything was sorted. So a country, for example, like also Burkina is a case in point. I'm sure you know the case of Norbert Zongo, who was an investigative journalist, quite known by his peer, very influential. He was killed. As we speak today, also his case is not resolved 100%. And I think you have a situation where countries who move from slightly, repressive to opening up democracy, you still have issues of journalists being killed. That was the case also of Nigeria, where even though they moved from the military regime in the late 90s, we still have a lot of repression, a lot of violence against journalists. But I just want to pause on some of the cases that I mentioned earlier. The case of the Haidara in a country that was military repression, the case of Norbert Zongo, and lately we've seen that other countries that have progress and that were kind of examples, such as Ghana, are sliding back. And these are things, also, these are trends also that we are noticing with the increase of civic closure of civic space, with the increase also of repression of dissident voices. We are noticing more and more violence against journalists in the region.
Fatou, you also mentioned, and today was mentioned in several occasions in the context of Southeast Asia by Ms. Ressa, that the trend of enacting and passing laws criminalizing the work of journalists or stigmatizing the work of journalists, that had also been mentioned in the context of the African region, and I was wondering if through your work, is this a pattern in the region and you have some additional information about that?
Yes, we've noticed that laws have been used across the board to legitimize repression. And as I mentioned, despite the opening up, the liberalization, the proper reforms have not taken place in most countries. There are countries that have enacted, for example, that have decriminalized partly defamation, but they still have other provisions such as insult laws, such as insult to institution that are generally used. And those laws, if you look at them, they are quite overbroad and left to the discretion of authorities, and they are frequently used to intimidate journalists. And what we've noticed is that in most cases, is the early hours of the detention that a lot of things happens, the beating, the torture, but also the intimidation, because most of the journalists, we documented some cases, for example, from the Gambia and beyond. Most of the journalists, when they leave prison, even if they are not condemned at the end, or they are given they long sentences, generally that instill fear. And most of cases, after sometimes prison, we've seen that the editorial line will change, and we see them generally, self-censoring because the lack of proper remedy, and the fact that everybody believes that some of the judiciaries are not independent. Once you have to deal with the law and you are taking to those unfair processes, generally people come out with big differences. And we've noticed many journalists quit their jobs because of the legal harassment, and sometimes also because of the beatings that also have never been remedied. And I want to say also, I think some of the previous speakers mentioned, beyond the killings, also there are some other intimidation that have really, really big impact on the media, especially, the legal harassment. We've seen cases where journalists will be called to report to police frequently. And also they have been monitored, spied upon. At the end of the day, I think also that creates like a psychological threat that are so heavy on journalists that most of them also feel, even though they are not physically attacked, but the impression of lack of safety also is there, and that has a negative impact also on their lives and the people around them, especially their family. And they receive a lot of family pressure, especially female journalists, to quit the job when those harassments are there.
And lastly, beyond the regional measures that you mentioned in the context of ECOWAS, what would you think needs to be done to most effectively investigate and well, from prevention to the investigation and persecution, but to really put an end on the impunity in relation to the murder of journalists in the region?
I think, well, before I touch on the preventive measures, I do believe that, for example, if some of those cases that are quite clear-cut are addressed in some of the countries, and then a good example is sent by the authorities that, they don't condone impunity, I think that will send a signal to the security forces, that will send a signal to the non-state actors that are sometimes committing those violations, and also to politicians that they cannot attack journalists and harm them without consequences. And I think we need to continue to push for those cases, no matter how long it takes for them to be resolved. Because I think if we are discouraged and we believe that after 20 years, 15 years, some of these cases are not resolved, so they will never be resolved. I think one day or the other they will be resolved. But now coming to what we should do to ensure that at least we have preventive mechanisms so that we avoid irreparable harm. I do believe that what we've started to see is that the working together of the different mechanisms to set standards is quite important. They need to be doing more joint activities in terms of ensuring that, for example, they encourage certain states to set up mechanisms that will help really to investigate when something happens, but also to ensure that law enforcement authorities understand their responsibility vis-a-vis of attacking journalists. And civil society is doing quite a lot, but I do believe that there is a big gap on some of these human rights bodies that are quite legitimate in terms of their mandate should be doing more vis-a-vis of national governments, not only just to send report or go from time to time to mission, but I think they need to work together, like the UN Special Rapporteur working together with that of the African Commission and others, really to come up with a clear path on how they want to implement the UNESCO action plan on security of journalists and all those other standards that they have been developing over the past 2 decades, really to do an assessment and see where we are and push national government to be part of the conversation. I know it's difficult, but I think it is very important. And also pushing also national government to implement the existing decisions. In our region, we have a lot of decisions from the ECOWAS Court, from the African Commission, and the problem we are having is that they are not implemented by national governments, so they are not complying with their own human rights obligation. And I think we need also to put pressure for some sanctions to be activated across those regional bodies.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatou. I call the next witness Christophe Deloire, the Secretary General of Reporters Sans Frontières.
I need a minute. I don't have his... This is going super fast. Hello. Mr. Deloire, welcome. Would you please introduce yourself briefly for the tribunal?
Madam Prosecutor, Mr. President, honorable judges, I'm Christophe Deloire. I'm both the Secretary General and Director General of Reporters Without Borders, which is a press freedom watchdog. Our clear mandate is to promote freedom, independence and pluralism of journalism, especially by defending those who embody those ideals. My personal background is the one of an investigative journalist. I also authored documentary films, investigative books. I was the head of a journalism school in Paris, France, and I took office at RSF 9 years ago.
We understand that you investigate now from your new platform the attacks on journalists from the perspective of establishing individual responsibilities as well as state responsibility. Could you, in your own experience, explain the role of impunity in actually furthering violations or securing the recurrence of these violations, please?
Madam Prosecutor, do you allow me to just make a quick general comment before I answer your question?
Absolutely, please.
During the break today, somebody told me, oh, these are so difficult cases. Is there any hope? This is so difficult. This is so sad. Everything seems so blocked. And my answer is yes. There is a huge hope for the future that the situation improves. And the fact that we have this People's Tribunal today is a first sign of hope. If we would be desperate, we wouldn't be there, we wouldn't be here. There wouldn't be demonstrations in the streets, as we noticed when journalists were killed in European cities. It was so impressive to see these crowds to protest, and that's a very positive sign. There is a hope when and really I didn't prepare this, but suddenly I wanted to say this. When I met recently with the people working for Radio Shabelle in Somalia, 28 journalists of the newsroom were killed, one after one. And they hire new people, new journalists. They want to take the floor. They want to take this role. This is also part of the hope. There is a hope when we see that there are new networks of journalists working on corruption, transnational networks. And just a last word about your tribunal. We have prominent figures in the room today, and I spoke with Amin Mir, I don't see him anymore, but who is a famous journalist from Pakistan. Sorry, Hamid. And Hamid told something very important. Your tribunal does not have the capacity to put perpetrators behind bars, but you have the capacity to name and shame. You have the capacity to launch a very important sign, a very important message to the member states of the UN which do not face their own responsibilities. So I think we will be able to go out of this courtroom with also a feeling of hope. Just sorry but I wanted to say this.
Then I think that there's an open question from the prosecution as to what are the strategies to really, not to end, and nobody, everything will be a process, but what is from your perspective the best way to address it?
We entered into a decisive decade for journalism, for different reasons. But journalism itself, beyond individuals, beyond journalists, is in danger. Journalism, in fact, is between the anvil and the hammer. The anvil of disinformation, of hate speech, of remorse, propelled by social networks, and the hammer of crimes against journalists. And this explains why Maria Ressa previously spoke about the crimes against journalists, but also about algorithms. Because in the same time, we have algorithms, social networks killing journalism, and perpetrators killing journalists. Due to the disintermediation, all the mighty who have something to hide or a propaganda to circulate have an increased interest in beating journalists with the hammer. That's why we see killings of journalists by unexpected people with unexpected methods or in unexpected areas. Unexpected people who would have guessed that officials in a country like Saudi Arabia would directly order a killing of a journalist. Unexpected methods. Who would have imagined what happened in the Saudi consulate in Istanbul? Unexpected areas. Who would have believed that journalists, investigative journalists, would have been killed in Europe after the killing of Charlie Hebdo in Paris? Between 2010 and 2020, the figures were already quoted. 990 journalists were killed because or in the course of their jobs to inform the public, according to our figures. Since the beginning of this year, 36 journalists have been killed. No, sorry, 36, it was true a few days ago, but 3 killings occurred in the Philippines and Mexico. So now the total is 39. Let's not really discuss impunity figures. According to sources, 86%, 90%. It doesn't make a huge difference. But as long as murder is costless, impunity is a de facto rule. In Mexico, just to give this example, according to official figures, 99.6% of the investigations in the cases of assassinations and enforced disappearances of journalists fail. Journalists are victims. Joel Simon, who testified, said something very important. Generally speaking, the killings of journalists come at the nexus of organized crime and political lack of political protection, of perpetrators. Or sometimes just lack of willingness. I will just tell you a story. 4 or 5 years ago, I flew to Mexico to meet with the General Prosecutor of Mexico and the Special Prosecutor on the crimes of journalists. At that time, the Special Prosecutor had around 100 cases on his table. I asked him a question. In how many cases did you succeed to have a sentence against the perpetrators? He answered, in 1 case. I asked a second question. What was the name? He didn't remember. This guy, this special prosecutor, he has left his position since then. It was a full-time job, a federal position, and a total lack of will. The domination of bureaucracy, and it was really shameful. So the causes of this situation are known. failed states, lack of independence of the judiciary, corruption, lack of ability, and most frequently lack of political will, as I mentioned, to investigate and prosecute, including collusion of the authorities with organized crime. That's a question of the nexus. Lack of sometimes appropriate mechanisms at the international level. So journalist murders at no cost, as one consequence, a blank check to crimes perpetuation. So let's be clear, behind the murder of journalists, it's a society as a whole that suffers the consequence.
From your experience also in something that perhaps hasn't been discussed today, is there a lack of grassroots movement on the defense and denouncing the violence against journalists, or it is solid, it is there and it is present?
Of course, the context plays an important role, but what we see is that, and this is possibly new, I spoke about the demonstrations in Europe, but also the pandemic has shown to everybody that if we lack trustworthy news and information, our right to health can be violated. So I think that there is a new perception of the importance, at least of the right to reliable information, and that journalism can play an important role. So there are a lot of organizations. We see, I spoke about Somalia, we see in the countries where we travel that there are a lot of people working on it. So there is no, I wouldn't say that there is a lack of civil society movements. There is clearly a lack of implementation of the law. And let's have a look just at the international law, when the national judiciary is not efficient. There were so many UN resolutions adopted by various bodies, the Council of Human Rights, the UN General Assembly, the UN Security Council. How many UN resolutions? But may I play on words? Simply good resolutions, not efficient resolutions. The General Assembly, just the General Assembly, adopted resolutions on the protection of journalists on the issue of impunity for crimes against journalists in 2013, 2014, 2015, 2017, 2019. In 2015, the UN Security Council adopted the UN Resolution 2222, and that day I gave an address in front of the UN Security Council and said that the implementation is key. That the problem is that there is no implementation mechanism, no concrete mechanism. This is what we need. We need the creation of a new position, which is the position of a special representative of the UN Secretary General for the protection of journalists, to coordinate what the UN bodies do, to have a political weight so that member states of the UN face the obligations that are given by the international law. We have now really the international law. The question is, how do we implement them? And we cannot simply ask to the civil society movements to do this. Of course, they can play a role in the different countries, but there are victims of the traps in those countries. They are victims of this impunity. So the best option to help them, to support them, to empower what all national, local, or international organizations can do is really to find a way so that the international law is really implemented. And we hope that beyond being a lesson for national judges, what you do with this tribunal will also be a lesson for the member states of the UN to take now concrete measures, including the creation of a special representative of the UN Secretary General on the protection of journalists.
Thank you very much, because you answered my next question. Thank you very much about the national prosecution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christophe. This concludes this block of witness testimonies. We will have our final break of the day now until 4. And after that, we will have witness testimonies from Nadim Houri, Kayleen Gallagher, and Matthew Caruana Galicia. Thank you. We are ready to end the day with the final block of witness testimonies. Thank you all for returning to the room. We will start with the testimony by Nadim Houri, member of the legal panel, of the high-level panel of legal experts on media freedom. He has joined us today virtually.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Nadim. Can you hear us well? Just have always.
I can. Can you hear me?
Wonderful. Perfectly. Yes. I was wondering if you could please introduce yourself, and actually both information has been named before, but we don't have the depth of the high-level panel and how it came about and how is it tasked, please.
Sure, and thank you for having me. So my name is Nadim Houri. I'm a human rights lawyer, currently working as the executive director of the Arab Reform Initiative. It's a leading think tank working on democratic reforms and human rights in the Middle East and North Africa. Previously, I worked at Human Rights Watch for 14 years, including as deputy director of the MENA program, and also later as director of the Terrorism and Counterterrorism program. I say this by way of background because I've worked on defending freedom of expression and generally media freedom in very different contexts, from authoritarian countries to democracies using counterterrorism laws to muzzle certain legitimate forms of expression. I'm appearing before you today as a member of the high-level panel of legal experts on media freedom, and specifically as the author of the high-level panel's report on how to promote more effective investigations into abuses against journalists. Now, the high-level panel is an independent and diverse group of leading lawyers and judges who were convened starting in July 2019 to provide advice and recommendations to state members of what is known as the Media Freedom Coalition and its partners, which include a number of international organizations. Now, the Media Freedom Coalition, I believe it was introduced to you, but it's a group of countries that came together from different parts of the globe to promote and protect a vibrant free press and to really see how to raise the cost to those who target journalists for their work. And the high-level panel of legal experts, we provide advice to this coalition through very detailed reports on how they can make their contributions more effective. Now, specifically, the report I authored really tried to develop recommendations to how to strengthen at the international level the efforts to promote effective investigations into attacks on journalists and to really tackle this persistent impunity, which we've been discussing, and that I think today on November 2nd is a good moment to think about how to address it. I just want to conclude by saying, the report was based on extensive consultations with key stakeholders, obviously journalists themselves, but also civil society, UN representatives, UN special rapporteurs, and it was endorsed by a number of key institutions and individuals.
Thank you. I think it would be worth, if you don't mind, walking us, you spoke a little bit about the methodology, but what were the goals of that report and perhaps the findings, and ultimately, because I know a little bit about the report, the recommendations, as they will shed light on the impunity issue that we've been addressing all day.
Sure, thank you very much. So really, the report tried to answer a couple of fundamental questions. Why are there so few attacks on journalists, and particularly murder of journalists, that actually get successfully investigated and prosecuted? And I'm sure you've been hearing the statistic of 86% of killings of journalists go unpunished. And so we set out by trying to look at what's been written around this issue. And here there's been, over the last decade, a very rich production and important production by UN bodies, by civil society, by academics, looking at it in very different contexts. And what we found first is that this rampant impunity was not limited to countries experiencing armed conflict or general collapse of the rule of law. So it's not just, the Syrias or Iraq or Malis of this world. But actually, since 2017, most killings of journalists are occurring outside war zones, in places like Mexico, Philippines, and even in places that I would say historically would have been considered safe for journalists like Malta. Secondly, and maybe this was one of the key disturbing aspects that comes out of the report, is that the situation is not getting better despite multiple and important initiatives at the international, but also in many cases regional and national levels over the last decade to raise the profile of the issues. So there's a real disconnect there. So we're talking more about the issue. We know more about killings of journalists. We know more about attacks on journalists. And yet we're not seeing this increased knowledge, this better reporting translate into more successful prosecutions. And so the report tries to answer this and reviews a lot of case studies and other reports. And basically, the two aspects that come out is there are really two reasons why it's not getting better. One is obviously the lack of capacity of those who are trying to conduct these investigations in many contexts. And this could be often due to ineffective institutions or corruption, which basically render authorities in a way unable or often unwilling to really investigate. They're not, the prosecutors and investigators are often too slow to get to the crime scene. There's an inability to properly protect the crime scene or to secure it in many ways, to analyze new forms of evidence, including things like digital evidence. But really, most importantly, there's a lack of willingness and maybe even capacity to interrogate powerful suspects. So that was one of the big reasons, one of the big factors for the ongoing failure of effective investigations. The second one, probably as important, if not more, is what we found time and time again is the lack of political will to pursue accountability. And again, I mean, this should come as no surprise. Journalists who are attacked are usually attacked because they bother those in powerful places. And this is across the world in different contexts. And actually, in approximately 1 out of 4 murders, the prime suspects have been government or military officials. And these sorts of suspects have the capacity to, in a way, block or derail investigations. And so at every step of the way of any investigation into an attack on journalists, we found powerful interest trying to delay, deviate, slow down the investigation. And what was surprising is that despite the increased attention to the issue internationally, we found that to date, there's still very little to almost no international cost for governments and officials that actually purposely block or undermine investigations into attacks on journalists. So these were some of the main findings. Should I just jump quickly into some of the main recommendations?
Absolutely, please.
I think the recommendations, again, how do you break this vicious circle? Our recommendations really focused at international level, systemic, global way of approaching things. And I should start by saying, many people told us, well, you have to invest in doing local capacity building for national police and national judiciary. Of course, this is very, very important. But we know that this takes a very long time. And frankly, in many countries where this was done, in terms of capacity building projects, despite the importance of this, we actually found that it had very little impact on results. Why? Because of the political aspect of it, the political blockages that were being presented. This was not, yes, you needed the technical skills, but it was not enough. So what does the report actually recommend? So the main recommendations, if you want, the top line is to call for the creation of a standing and a permanent multilateral investigative task force that would have international experts that are actually specialized in various aspects of criminal investigations and prosecutions. You know, they could be forensic experts, they could be, online evidence gathering experts, they could be experts in building a case for complicated, complex cross-border attacks on journalists that can quickly deploy to crime scenes to then assist national, regional, or international investigations into attacks on journalists. This sort of assistance could be for very specific criminal investigations, individual cases, or they could also deploy to actually address systemic issues in certain countries. For instance, if a country wants support in building witness protection program, or they want to have more support on particular forensic aspects of it. Now, why this recommendation? I mean, one, we've seen in other contexts, particularly in cases like investigations on countering terrorism or cross-border organized crime, that sending international experts to support criminal investigations, to assist local investigations, can actually have very positive results. The problem is when these deployments are done in an ad hoc manner, on a case-by-case basis, they often require lengthy negotiations, and by the time the team is built up and ready to deploy, the key elements of the evidence that are needed to be gathered would have disappeared or been hidden. So it's really important to have something that's ready to deploy immediately. Now, where should such a task force reside? Now, ideally, in a standing international task force dealing with a global problem such as impunity for attacks on journalists would actually exist with a UN mandate. And we would definitely welcome one as such. But at the same time, the report and the panel recognized that, regrettably, the creation of a permanent new UN investigative body, so this would not just be a human rights reporting, but this would actually be a body that can assist in criminal investigations, does not seem to have political support. And that the crisis of impunity for attacks on journalists needed something to be addressed much more quickly. So we need to work on an alternative. That's why we actually recommend that countries that are committed to freedom of the media, to freedom of expression, and to actually protecting journalists should set up their own multilateral investigative task force. Think of it as sort of a coalition of the willing, of the committed. And now this task force, obviously, it will not have its own jurisdiction, right? Think of it as a Swiss Army knife. It will be a task force that would intervene in investigations based on a request from an entity that would actually have jurisdiction or a mandate. And this could be a national body, so a prosecutor, or it could also be regional bodies, because we note in the report that there are a number of regions that have developed mechanisms for protecting journalists, so they could call in on this. Or it could be an international entity, such as existing, UN special rapporteurs or others. And really, the idea would be sort of to fill this gap in the need for investigators. And countries that support it would obviously need to commit financial resources, or if they're unable to commit funds, they would at least make available some key qualified nationals, such as investigators. And the advantage of such a multilateral body, really carried by regional champions of free expression, is you'd have a much wider pool of talents and skills than any bilateral effort of support. So you could have, in Latin America, perhaps some countries sending prosecutors that have the language, that know the local context, maybe police officers who understand the context of investigating for attacks on journalists in South America, just to give you an example. Secondly, the second recommendation, I'll go faster, looked at, it recognizes that in recent years, we really see many non-governmental organizations, NGOs and civil society, which traditionally focus on protecting journalists by doing human rights reporting. They've really started to expand their work to do gathering evidence for criminal prosecution purposes. And increasingly, they're even signing MOUs to cooperate with prosecutors to help bring legal cases against perpetrators. Now, these evidence gathering efforts really open new possibilities. We've also seen it particularly in the very rich field of online investigations, where civil society has managed to use online available evidence to really crack cases in places that are very hard to reach. So while this is very promising, there are also a number of pitfalls. How do you make sure that this evidence being gathered by NGOs is actually acceptable and admissible in courts? How do you also make sure that the witnesses who are being talked to are being protected? How do you avoid re-traumatization of victims and witnesses and avoiding conflicting statements? And so this is why the report, recognizes this important new player in the scene in terms of gathering evidence, but calls on countries, multilateral institutions, and NGOs to develop and disseminate best practices for how can NGOs collect and share evidence on attacks on journalists, and how they can share them with jurisdictions or entities able to prosecute these crimes. And finally, the third set of recommendations really tries to tackle how do you increase the political cost for perpetrators of attacks. And here again, the report actually goes through the plethora of UN resolutions that have been adopted over the last decades by the Security Council, by the General Assembly, by the Human Rights Council, by UNESCO's governing bodies. And yet, despite these important tools that are being developed, there is to date still almost no cost. And what the report recommends is to increase the cost on perpetrators by highlighting the worst violators at the UN level. And again, the approach of highlighting the worst violators is not something out of the blue. It's actually been used in the case to tackle the problem of children in armed conflict, where basically the UN Secretary General is required every year to submit to the Security Council a list of countries and armed groups that commit the gravest violations against children in armed conflict. And the report basically says, well, something very similar should be adopted for the worst violators and the worst perpetrators of attacks against journalists. Because this tool has been described as very powerful by advocacy groups working on reducing abuses on children in armed conflict. And we believe it can have the same effect. And basically, the architecture of setting this up is already in place. It will just require a small push. We know the UN Secretary General already reports every year to the Security Council, but also to the General Assembly about attacks on journalists. But to date, the reports, while they describe many situations, they don't actually specifically list the worst offenders. And our argument is, by not being very specific, by not offenders, this of these reports on changing the behavior. Because when you, in the case, for instance, of attacks and violations on children in armed conflict, when a country gets listed as one of the worst violators, it's not just listing that matters. It's actually, if you want to get off the list, the country has to adopt an action plan validated by the UN, which actually tracks then very specific commitments to address the issue. So we believe something similar should be adopted, and actually compiling this list of worst violators would not be challenging at all, given the important role of NGOs such as RSF, CPJ, and others who've developed very helpful indexes on the worst violators, but also the UN's own reporting, notably UNESCO, notably the various human rights mechanisms, but also through the information that is usually compiled these days as part of the indicator 6.10.1 of the Sustainable Development Goals, which tracks many of these things. So the idea is inclusion on the list would lead to a range of measures, including potentially sanctions, with the idea of basically making those who are promoting this impunity pay a political price as a step towards judicial accountability. And we have a number of recommendations of how to strengthen the UN's internal mechanisms to produce such a list and follow up. And here we endorse the call by various members of civil society on having a special representative within the UN report to the Secretary General and tackling protection of journalists. This is basically, I think, in short, what the report focuses on.
Thank you very much. One quick last question. How many members, and I think you said it, but is there a mechanism within the high level as to expand the membership, for lack of a better word, to additional states? Is that in the project? How many states, ideally, before a multilateral measure of this kind or idea of this kind could happen?
Yes. So, yes, so I should distinguish here. So the Media Freedom Coalition that actually set up the high-level panel is the members are member states, and the numbers are increasing all the time. So all that members need to do to join is basically they sign the Global Pledge on Media Freedom, which is a written commitment that they engage themselves to improve media freedom, first of all, domestically in their own countries, but that they will work together internationally to do so. And it has to date, I believe the latest number I have is 49 countries have actually become members of the Media Freedom Coalition, and they have signed the pledge. And these 49 countries basically come from different parts of the world. What would it require to have an effective multilateral mechanism? I would say it would just require a core group of states. They don't even need to be 49. I think a handful of really committed states, ideally from different parts of the world, who are willing to put in the human and financial resources in creating this standing task force, but also to provide it with the backup, because while this will be a multilateral body, they would need to provided with the backup politically to ensure it is known, it can work in different parts of the world, and so forth. We can get very technical about how is the best way to create such a multilateral task force. And the report goes through a number of models that have been adopted. One way to do so would be to host it in existing well-established international organizations. The report, for instance, highlights that maybe this is something that can be hosted by the International Bar Association, just to get it off the ground in a much faster way. So instead of having to start from zero, you would actually host it by an existing institution. But there could also be different models of multilateralism. But I think really the fundamental argument here is we should no longer accept that, veto power at the UN or political blockages by the powerful prevent concerted action by concerned states.
Thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Nadim. I call the next witness, Kayleen Gallagher, a barrister at Doughty Street Chambers.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gallagher. Will you please introduce yourself briefly for the tribunal?
Of course. I'm Keelan Gallagher. I'm an international human rights lawyer, originally qualified in Ireland, as you can probably tell from my strangely spelt name. And for the past 15 years, I've been practicing primarily from London as an international human rights lawyer. So I act in cases before various tribunals, the European Court of Human Rights, UN Special Procedures, international courts, Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, and the UK courts. I also sit part-time as an assistant coroner, which is a part-time judicial role in England and Wales, which involves conducting inquests or investigations into suspicious deaths and violent deaths and deaths in state custody. But I think primarily, the reason that I'm here today as a witness is that I've got particular expertise in attacks on journalists, accountability for journalist deaths, and I act for many bereaved families whose loved ones have lost their lives simply for doing their jobs, for being journalists. You'll hear from one of them in a moment, the wonderful Matthew Caruana Galizia, whose mother was killed in Malta in October 2017. And I act for many journalists who are currently harassed in a range of ways using lawfare, the law being used against them, including Maria Ressa, who you heard from earlier today. And I think finally, for completeness, I should flag that I have also given expert evidence in some of the cases you're considering. You heard earlier this morning very powerful evidence from Raissa Carrillo of FLIP in relation to the case of Ginette Bedoya Lima against Colombia, and I was an expert witness for the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights in that case about gender-based violence and particular issues in respect of safety of women journalists.
Thank you. Given your extensive experience in across length of time that I think, encapsulates very well, the evolution of the issue of impunity that we've been attacking all day and discussing all day, would you identify and walk us through the legal obstacles to justice in general for journalists when it comes to the reprisal that they suffer and death?
Of course. So question about legal obstacles to justice for journalists murdered in reprisal for their work. That's obviously a huge and multi-layered question, and I'm going to provide you with more detail in writing, but could I today focus on 4 specific points which I hope help in the time we've got available. First, I just want to deal with some preliminary points. Second, I want to highlight the importance of adopting a broad concept of impunity and not focusing purely on criminal liability. That's very important. Third, I just want to flag, in light of some of the evidence earlier, some specific issues about women journalists and the importance of a gender-sensitive approach. And then fourth, I want to highlight some key shortcomings of existing international mechanisms when states fail to act. So starting with preliminary remarks, the first thing to say is, of course, that legal obstacles depend on a number of factors, and I'd highlight 3 in particular. A, the state in which the murder occurs. Fundamentally different issues arise when you're dealing with the murder of a journalist in a state which is simply not rule of law compliant, doesn't have a functioning judiciary, for example, and the murder of a journalist in a state, for example, which might have a strong regional mechanism to hold the state to account if they don't take the action they're obliged to, like a Council of Europe member state. And I know this isn't something we're touching on today, but I do just want to mention it. There are very particular legal obstacles arising, which I see in my work, when you have murders of journalists in conflict zones, which I won't go into in detail, but I'm happy to help further. The second point, B, is whether there's an extraterritorial element to the case. An increasing trend, which I'm seeing in my work, is states attempting to silence their critics across borders, so including online attacks, physical attacks, rendition and kidnapping, and threats of death on foreign soil, and indeed deaths on foreign soil. Now, we see that in countries like Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Iran, Russia. We saw a very extreme example earlier this year in the case of Belarus, commandeering a Ryanair plane in order to bring journalists within their jurisdiction. So that extraterritoriality issue is a real challenge. And by way of example, I act for 150 BBC Persian journalists, so journalists at the BBC World Service, primarily based in London, and they face rape threats, death threats, online abuse, harassment of their families back in Tehran, even though they live in London. And in my view, where you have an extraterritorial element to the case, and my view is that our systems really fail and are particularly poor at dealing with that issue, when you've got a journalist located in one place with the threat coming from another. And the final example to give is the nature of the murder. There's fundamentally different legal issues arising and legal obstacles to navigate when you're considering a state-perpetrated execution, such as Iran's extraterritorial kidnapping of Ruhollah Zam and his execution in December last year, and situations in which state agents have colluded in a journalist's murder, for example, by leaking information about their whereabouts, or situations in which states have facilitated or encouraged an assassination by private individuals, non-state actors, or where states have failed to take adequate steps. So I'm afraid it's a real lawyer's answer to start by giving lots of caveats. But when you think about legal obstacles, these things are all very important because the legal obstacles are so context-specific, as Irene Khan and others have pointed out. I should also say the phrase justice for journalists is also a tricky one. What I find working with bereaved families who've lost their loved ones is that justice means very different things for different people. So for some bereaved families, they want a criminal conviction. They want to see someone behind bars and answerable for what they've done. For others, it's fundamental for them that there's change and that other journalists are protected going forward. And the themes I tend to see in terms of what justice means, but it's very specific to the individual bereaved families, are they want answers about what happened, because often the death has occurred in circumstances where the information is very murky. So they just want basic information about what in fact happened. They want accountability of some kind, whether that's criminal accountability or compensation or some other form. And they want change, so others aren't placed at risk. But the fourth element, which is really important with journalists, I think, is that the story doesn't die with the journalist. And the phrase that's used by the Forbidden Stories Project is, killing the journalist must not kill the story. And that's really vital, it seems to me. And in fact, it's also a protective mechanism, because when you pick off an individual journalist to try to gag them, sometimes described as the ultimate form of censorship, to assassinate a journalist, that's much less likely to work if we have collaborative journalism networks, if we have things like the Forbidden Stories Project, if we have things like CPJ's The Last Column, and if we have the kind of collaborative journalism we've seen with multiple different organizations working together. So I should say that. So second topic I wanted to cover is on impunity. And I'm afraid many of you in the room may have heard me on this particular soapbox before, but the focus often, I find, is exclusively upon impunity in the sense of criminal impunity. Has there been a criminal investigation? Has there been a prosecution? Have there been convictions of the perpetrators? That statistic that we've heard repeatedly, the UNESCO statistic, which is between 8 and 9 out of 10 journalist murders going unpunished, is about criminal impunity. But in many of the cases in which I act, impunity is not only about the perpetrators, whether the foot soldiers or the contract killers or the masterminds are those who funded the killing. Impunity is a far broader concept, and I would urge the prosecution team and the People's Tribunal, when looking at this issue, to think of impunity in that broader way. In many cases, for example, an attack may come from a non-state actor, from a private individual, but the context is a climate of impunity facilitated by or fueled by the state, and we often see impunity afterwards. The bottom line is journalists step on some pretty powerful toes in their line of work, and too often those in power have minimal incentive to investigate, let alone pursue justice in those circumstances. And that's why you get that persistent 90% or between 80 and 90% statistic with, as Irene Khan said earlier, the needle not moving and stubbornly staying. It's a stubborn statistic which has remained despite many fine words and many resolutions on paper, which haven't in fact changed that statistic. But I would ask, don't focus only on that criminal issue. Look at the broader concept of impunity. See, for example, the wonderful recent judgment of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights in the Janeth Bedoya case. Look at the Council of Europe's standards in the cases like Dink and Turkey, its 2016 recommendation and its 2020 recommendation, which focus on the obligation on the state to foster an environment in which journalists may practice their trade safely and free from harassment by state or private actors. There's an obligation on the state to create an enabling and favourable media environment. And if they fail to do that, that is something they must be held to account for. Even if they didn't pull the trigger, even if they didn't pay for someone else to pull the trigger, they are complicit in those circumstances. And I'd also ask the People's Tribunal to consider international impunity and not just within state borders. May I give one example? I know you're going to hear from Matthew very shortly about his mother, but I want to give it as an example of looking at impunity in that broader way. So when Daphne was assassinated in October 2017, it was deeply shocking in many ways. It was the brutal murder of a journalist in a car bomb in a European country, Malta losing the voice of the journalist often referred to as their national conscience. But frankly, and I know Matthew agrees with this, in many other ways, it was not at all shocking. This was not a bolt from the blue killing. It followed 3 decades of harassment and abuse of Daphne, multiple attempts to silence her. 10 days before her assassination, she spoke to the Council of Europe about her life and what it had become. She described arson attacks on her home, attacks on her pets, attempts to cut off her income, the freezing of her bank accounts, dozens and dozens of libel suits brought by ministers, business people, vile misogynistic attacks online, critics in the street calling her a witch. And she said, you get used to it like a scar forms round a wound. And when you read that interview from 10 days before her death, you can see she set out in her own words the danger she was in. And 10 days later, she was dead. This was an entirely preventable death. It followed years of state-sanctioned harassment. It took place in a culture of total impunity. And importantly, the killing also came in a culture of total impunity in relation to the subject matter of her reporting, including corruption, organised crime, and ethical failures at every level of Maltese society. And within days and weeks of Daphne's death, Matthew and his brothers were accusing the state and the then Prime Minister Joseph Muscat of being complicit in her killing for precisely that reason, because a culture of impunity had been allowed to flourish by the government in Malta. And Matthew said at the time, it's of little comfort for the Prime Minister to say he will not rest until the perpetrators are found when he heads a government that encouraged that same impunity. Bottom line is, if the institutions in Malta were working properly, there simply wouldn't be an assassination to investigate. Now, Matthew said that in 2017, and 3 months ago, the Independent Public Inquiry in Malta published a 437-page report which agrees entirely with what Matthew said then. It found that the Maltese state should shoulder responsibility for her death. It's a damning report which says a culture of impunity was created from the highest echelons of power within the Castile in Malta, and that former Prime Minister Joseph Muscat was singled out and identified as enabling that culture of impunity. So if you have a situation like that, where the government creates a favourable climate for anyone seeking to eliminate a journalist like Daphne, to know that they will do so with the minimum of consequences, they are essentially giving a green light to her being treated as a target. And the report, of course, also found that the state failed to recognise the real and immediate risks to her life and failed to take protective steps to avoid those risks. So why do we, 3 months on, find ourselves without a meaningful response to that report by the Maltese government? Indeed, the Maltese government has yet to even release an English translation of the 437-page report. I hope Matthew won't mind me saying that not many people speak Maltese. I think slightly more than speak Irish, a language in which I am fluent, which is rather unhelpful, I've got to say. But what translations you've heard or read have been provided by the bereaved family and their legal team. Not the state. Even that very basic step to commit to transparency, enable the international community to understand what happened and hold Malta to account has simply not been taken. But I also emphasise that the climate of impunity was not Malta-specific. This is not a tale about a particular island off the coast of Europe. Whilst that climate of impunity festered in Malta, the world stood idly by. Daphne reported. You can read it in her blog, Running Commentary. And the world did not listen. And states who have close relationships with Malta, like the UK, countries across Europe, countries which now proudly announce that they are members of the Media Freedom Coalition, did nothing to protect Daphne or to hold Malta to account. My view is they ignored what was happening under their noses and left Daphne to her fate, even in the 4 years since. We've had to have a huge fight to secure support from many states who purport to support media freedom. I find, as an international lawyer in this space, it's far easier to get states to be critical of other states which are far away, with whom they don't have good relations, they don't have good trade relations or economic ties. You try to get them to criticise their allies, it's very difficult. And that similar theme of a climate of impunity within a perpetrator state being allowed to continue by other states and the international community is a familiar tale. We see it with Jamal Khashoggi as well. We see it with my brave, brilliant client, Maria Ressa, and the Philippines, where Maria faces a succession of cases that seek to criminalise her reporting, expose her to 100 years in prison. And she has been subjected to what the Filipino National Union of Journalists calls a shameless act of persecution by a bully government. But Duterte is openly contemptuous of journalists. He said a number of years ago, just because you're a journalist, you're not exempted from assassination if you're a son of a bitch. His former campaign spokesperson called journalists prostitutes. Now, when you have that kind of language emanating from government, is it any wonder that this year in the Philippines we have seen 20 murders of journalists, and we're not even at the end of the year yet? And yet, why does the Philippines enjoy preferential trade status with the EU, GSP plus status, which is a recognition of a country which complies with international human rights standards? Because the Philippines is very good at signing up to international treaties and signing up to promises on paper. It doesn't follow through in practice, but the international community has failed so far to hold it to account. I'm very conscious of the time, so may I just flag in relation to specific threats to women journalists. It just occurred to me over the course of the evidence today that it may be helpful to provide the People's Tribunal and the prosecution team with some additional information, and I'm happy to do this if helpful, on the importance of having a gender-sensitive approach when looking at women journalists. I've mentioned Daphne and Maria. There's some chilling common themes in the material I see in those cases, with misogynistic, sexist memes, rape threats, calling them witches, circulating dehumanizing images which stop them being perceived as people. And I also see that with, for example, my BBC Persian clients I mentioned earlier. Let me give you one example. A fake photoshopped picture with one of my clients' faces photoshopped onto a pornographic image was sent to my client's 14-year-old son at his school in London. So, and that's obviously particularly disturbing because it says, we know where you are, we know where your son goes to school. So I would say these are generic, general, global phenomena that women face different types of threats, different natures of threats, and women have differential barriers to accessing justice. But I would say it's important to look, when we think about women journalists, at the impact on 4 levels: the individual journalists themselves, women journalists more generally, because targeted attacks like that have an impact on other women in that space, and it means a silencing of women who would otherwise contribute to public debates. It also, importantly, has an impact on the wider audience, and Irene touched on this earlier, because in addition to raising grave concerns about the protection of freedom of expression and the rights of women to be free from gender-based violence and harassment, those kind of behaviours, whether by state or non-state actors, undermine the free flow of ideas and the rights of audiences to hear women's voices in the media and to have a diverse media. And then finally, there's a potential wider discriminatory impact upon women more generally, compounding unequal patterns in the media about women's roles. So the IWMF Global Report on the Status of Women in the News Media has identified that women represent only 1/3 of the full-time journalism workforce in the over 500 companies it surveyed, with particular gaps in frontline investigative reporting roles. And the difficulty, if you don't crack down on these issues, it just compounds and perpetuates that pattern. So there's that issue. Final thing I wanted to turn to before finishing up is on legal obstacles where the state fails to act. Now, in international law, the primary obligation is upon the state in question to act. But when the state fails to act, how can you hold them to account? Now, some states, we have a means to bring them to account within domestic legal systems. We can bring a challenge to say, why have you not conducted this investigation? Why have you not conducted this prosecution? We can challenge them in that way against established standards. With others, we can bring them to account within a regional system, like the Inter-American Court. As in Daphne's case, we always had the threat of being able to go to the European Court of Human Rights if Malta didn't do the right thing. Some states have signed optional protocols to treaties which allow us, for example, to file an individual complaint about them before UN treaty bodies, and in some circumstances the matter can come to the International Criminal Court. But a key problem which happens again and again is that states have often constructed their systems in such a way as to render themselves immune from such mechanisms, and our options are then very limited. So in many cases, we're left with a very thin range of options. We can make complaints, for example, to the UN Human Rights Council Special Procedures. You heard earlier today from Irene, one of those mandate holders, the UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression. First of all, UN Human Rights Council Special Procedures don't have access to many of the relevant states. They're simply not allowed in. So some of the ideas which we heard earlier, which I agree are fantastic in principle, there's just a fundamental difficulty. And if a state like Iran won't let the UN Special Rapporteur on Iran, Professor Javad Rahman, into the country, they are not going to allow this investigative task force into the country. So it's a fundamental problem when you've got use of UN mechanisms in circumstances where states block it. The special procedures in many ways have no teeth, as my brilliant colleague Tatiana Itwell, who's sitting there, has put it. The UN special procedures have no bite. The reason is that states don't want to get bitten. And that's quite a good description of exactly what the problem is here. They have minimal resources and heavy workloads. They have very limited support. And UN special rapporteurs are not paid, which is a problem for diversity in the role, but it's also a recipe for some people being brilliant and dynamic and putting a large amount of time into it, and others not giving the role the attention it needs or deserves. There's essentially a lottery going on about who you happen to get. You can get a very robust, dynamic, brilliant special rapporteur like Dr. Agnes Kalamar, who decides in the case of Jamal Khashoggi, this is not good enough. I'm going to appoint my own ad hoc group. I'm going to go and try and fill the investigative void left by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, left by Turkey, a Council of Europe country, on the grounds of which Jamal was killed. But there's no means of appealing if your UN Special Rapporteur or the working group doesn't engage. There's no comeback. There's no means to challenge it. We can also, of course, urge other states to step in, but regrettably they often fail to do so. And before I finish, I just wanted to give you one final example which gives an indication of the problems you face when the perpetrator state has failed to act. 10 years ago, in early 2011, our client's husband, Anton Hammerl, a brilliant photojournalist and photographer, travelled from his home in London to Libya to cover the civil war. He was a courageous, brilliant journalist, deeply committed to his craft, and he entered Libya at a time when Gaddafi's forces were suspected of serious violations of international humanitarian law, including war crimes, crimes against humanity, to tell the world what was truly happening and bring accurate accounts to the world. And days after arriving in Libya, on April 5th, 2011, Anton and 3 other journalists, one of whom was the US journalist Jim Foley, whose name many of you will know, came under fire while covering the conflict from Gaddafi loyalist forces. And as the family understood it at the time, the 4 journalists had been kidnapped and were held for a period of over 6 weeks. And our client, Penny Sukraj Hammerl, only discovered that Anton had in fact been killed at that initial point when the journalists were ambushed by Gaddafi forces. 6 weeks later, when she saw on TV 3 journalists being released, not 4, and she saw that her husband wasn't there. And at the time, she had a 7-year-old son and a 6-week-old baby. They are now 17 and 10 and remarkable young men, and Penny and her 2 children have decided this is simply not good enough. And they've now instructed an international team. We're in a position where lawyers and other journalists are trying to piece together what happened on that day with the aid of really wonderful investigative work by James Foley himself before he was beheaded by ISIS, because he himself felt he had been a witness to a war crime on that day in April 2011, and the world did not care. And that is why he started investigating it. So we've now got his notebooks and we're piecing it together. But it seems to us, in these circumstances, Libya and the new government has 0 interest in investigating Anton Hammerl's death, even though, on the face of it, war crimes and serious crimes against humanity were committed. So why will other governments not step in? Anton was a South African and an Austrian dual national. South Africa and Austria could step in and fill that investigative void. He and his family lived in the UK. Indeed, if his body had been returned, Penny would have been entitled automatically to a full coroner's inquest and an investigation. Because his body is missing, she doesn't get it. So where you have an investigative void like this, Libya not acting, it's simply not good enough for other states to call on Libya to take action. They should take action themselves. And key to justice for journalists in these circumstances, the first step is getting that investigation. And that's what gives you the answers, ultimately a route towards accountability and change, all those things which are so important. But it seems to me you should not need to have a courageous, articulate, brilliant widow like Penny, or a son like Matthew, or a fiancé like Hatice to secure even the most basic of steps towards accountability. Bereaved families and their loved ones should not have to shoulder this burden. It's frankly disgraceful that bereaved families, lawyers, and other journalists end up doing the digging, which states should do themselves, or the international community should undertake when those states fail. And for that reason, I wish this People's Tribunal all the very best of luck. It's such an important job that you're doing, shining a light on issues which would otherwise be neglected.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kayleen. Then I would like to call our final witness of today, Mr. Matthew Caruana Galizia.
Thank you.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Mr. Caruana. Welcome. Would you mind starting by introducing yourself briefly to the panel and share a little bit of your personal and professional story? Thank you.
My full name is Matthew Caruana Galizia. I'm 35 years old now. My mother was murdered almost exactly 4 years ago when I was 31, and for the majority of my life, 29 years actually, since I was 2 years old, my mom worked as a journalist. I gradually moved into software engineering and IT, but I always wanted to work in media. I always wanted to work in journalism, inspired by my mother and by her life. As I was growing up, you could say I was kind of hardened by my mother's experience, because I thought of threats as being normal. I thought of harassment as being normal. I was only 9 years old when the front door of our house was set on fire. And my parents originally tried to make up a story that they had left some candles, but I very quickly figured it out, and so did my brothers. But I kind of dealt with it by thinking that that was normal for journalists to have that kind of experience. It was something that all journalists went through. It was only when I was much older, when I was an adult, that I realized actually it's not normal. Whereas most journalists have to deal with intimidation, it isn't to that degree. And that journalists in Europe don't normally have to deal with that kind of harassment and that kind of intimidation. It was only because my mother was investigating high-level corruption and organized crime that she was having to deal with that. Despite these kinds of experiences, I wanted to work with my mother. I wanted to work with other journalists. I really believed in the kind of work that journalists could do. And I combined my knowledge of computers and of software with journalism, started working on investigations like the Panama Papers for the organization that ran that investigation called ICIJ. The work I was doing on that investigation coincided with my mother's work. She was investigating high-level corruption in Malta. When I was working with this group of international journalists on leaks from a law firm in Panama, Mossack Fonseca, that led us to the activities of the same Maltese politicians and business figures that my mother was investigating. So around 2015, 16, 17, that was when our work together really accelerated. And it was really at the height of that work when my mother was working with her best sources on her best investigations, that she was murdered. And in that moment, I knew that the murder was a direct result of her investigative work. And I mean, here we are, 4 years later, still talking about the murder, still working on the investigation, still fighting for justice.
Immediately upon her death, what was the response of the state of Malta and many of the individuals investigated by your mother?
The response of the government led by the then Prime Minister, Joseph Muscat, was immediately, from the very first moment, everything in Malta is fine. This is an aberration. The people behind this are probably people who are involved in oil trafficking, in low-level organized crime, which was completely not the case, and the Prime Minister knew this. He was seeking to deceive an international audience because he went out on CNN to say this. And this is what triggered my family and I. It was what pushed us to start speaking out. Because really, when my mom was murdered in that horrible way, we just wanted to shut ourselves inside our family home and not talk to anyone. But this kind of discourse, which we saw as a blatant attempt to cover up the reasons for the murder, really pushed us to start speaking out.
Ms. Gallagher mentioned something that's actually is true in some other countries, and countries that I know well, is that a justice meant for your family and for yourself, not only one thing, I don't mean to say that, she didn't say that, but one thing definitely was the justice meant identifying those responsible and establishing liability. I mean, it was a judicial truth, another judicial effort or an effort of justice that went through formal channels. As when you knew that that was the case, what kind of obstacles you confronted?
The first obstacle that we were confronted with was just a few hours after the murder. So the car bomb was set off just a few hundred meters away from our house. In Malta, we have a system where when a serious crime takes place, a member of the judiciary, a magistrate, is appointed to ensure that evidence is preserved and oversee the preservation of evidence. This magistrate who was appointed, whom we could see arriving at the scene of the murder, was someone whom my mother had investigated and someone whom my mother had also testified against in a disciplinary hearing for members of the judiciary. So just 4 or 5 hours after the murder, my family and I were in court filing an urgent application for the magistrate to recuse herself from the investigation. The next day she recused herself, but already valuable time had been lost. The second major obstacle that we faced was that the police officer who was in charge of the murder investigation was married to a cabinet minister and happened to be very close friends my mother was investigating, whom we believed at the time were responsible for the murder. So again, we filed an application, a constitutional application, to have this investigator removed from the investigation. The government fought tooth and nail, and even when the judge hearing our case ordered the investigator to be removed, the government appealed. So again, even more time was lost. For us, it was unbelievable that the government would appeal this decision. The only explanation we could think of at the time was that there was some reason other than what the government could publicly state for why it wanted this particular investigator to be on the case. And also that it wanted to waste time and drag the case on for a couple more months.
And what other obstacles, if you can just walk us a little bit, because the procedural story is quite extraordinary.
The obstacles continued then with our campaign for the public inquiry. That campaign started in around December 2017, so not very long after the murder. We received excellent legal advice from Keelan and her colleagues at Doughty Street on public inquiries in other cases that come close to this one. And we decided to campaign for this. Initially, we wrote to the Maltese government. In Malta, the Prime Minister is the sole authority who has the power to institute a public inquiry that would investigate the circumstances of something, in this case, my mother's assassination. And the response of the government was to fight back. I mean, our campaign was very timid at the beginning, and it just consisted of the legal advice that had been prepared by Doughty Street. Yet the government replied to this illegal advice with a campaign of intimidation, targeting my family, calling the law firm that had given us this advice colonialists, neo-colonialists, and just generally framing my family as the enemies of the state. This campaign continued until December 2019, which was when the public inquiry finally started. And it only started because our campaign led to the Council of Europe, the Secretary General of the Council of Europe, imposing an ultimatum that had been actually triggered by a vote in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, giving Malta 90 days to start a public inquiry. And at that point, the Prime Minister was backed into a corner. He could either pit Malta against a parliamentary body representing all member states of the Council of Europe, as well as the Secretary General of the Council of Europe herself, or he could start the public inquiry. He responded by, at the 11th hour, really a few days before the deadline was about to expire, declaring unilaterally terms of reference that we did not agree to, and a panel of a board of inquiry that we could not agree to either, consisting of a lawyer, again, who represented one of the people whom my mother investigated, another person whom we believed was compromised, who was a supporter of the governing party. And we fought back against this terms of reference, fought back against this board of inquiry that the Prime Minister wanted. We had to negotiate directly to the Prime Minister, with the Prime Minister. This was an extremely difficult process for us because my family and I believed that at that point, he was complicit in a cover-up of my mother's murder. So to sit down at the same negotiating table with him was extremely difficult to do. But that led to us having a terms of reference and a board of inquiry that we believed were compliant with Malta's Article 2 obligations.
And through your pressure, how many people were eventually indicted for the killing of your mom?
3 people were indicted for their role in. They put the bomb in the car, acquired the bomb itself, triggered it. They were indicted for that role in the murder, the hitmen, you could say. One other person has been recently indicted for paying for the murder to be carried out, for his role in the planning of the murder, in the conspiracy to murder my mother. And 2 more people have not yet been indicted, but are undergoing pre-indictment proceedings for their role in supplying the bomb that was used to murder my mother. The bomb and other weapons, because the initial plan, according to the prosecutor, was for my mother to be murdered using an assault rifle. And the hitmen eventually decided against that, according to the testimony of the middleman who was involved in the planning.
And Matthew, what is the impact of what happened to your mother? And I think most importantly, the struggles that you engage as a family after in the freedom of expression and in the press as a general sector or profession in Malta.
Keelan mentioned the interview that had been given by my mother 10 days before her assassination. And I remember this really well because at the time my mother and I were sharing a car, and I needed to do something later that afternoon. I was working on the Paradise papers for ICIJ, and I needed to go and take some photos of an office some of the journalists were investigating. So I gave my mother a lift to that interview, actually using the car she was leasing. And we spoke about the interview afterwards. In fact, that's how I know it happened, and more or less what she said in it before the transcript was given to us. And one of the things she talked about, I mean, Keelan said that my mother described it like a scar forming around the wound, was that early on in my mother's career, she would receive letters at the time, it was before email, from young women saying what an inspiration my mother was and how they looked up to her, they saw her as a role model. And she encouraged them to be more forthright in their workplace and to stand up for themselves against unfairness, whatever they were doing. And eventually, over time, she started getting fewer and fewer of these letters and emails. Eventually, they stopped almost completely. And she interpreted this as being a result of her being set up as a national scapegoat, being blamed for every problem in the country, but also being used to send a message to others that if they speak up, then this is what will be done to them. They would become another Daphne. They would be faced with defamation suits, they would be harassed, they would be subject to vexatious tax investigations, their relatives would be targeted also. They would be intimidated in their workplace. I mean, complaints would be brought against them, in complaints that are baseless, just an attempt to harass them. And this kind of intimidation of everyone in society, using my mother as this national scapegoat, as she put it, was successful, I believe, because so many people were intimidated into silence.
And perhaps my last question, you were mentioning that your mom was, and again, a reference to the scar, for 30 years she was intimidated, she was threatened, she was facing this kind of harassment and stressed, so to speak. Do you think that there was a certain level of isolation during that time in relation to coordination in international community, something that switched after she was a victim of the attack? It's really just, we've been talking today quite a bit about the need of perhaps of a coordination and exposure. And I was wondering if that was a turning point in your mother's situation.
I mean, before the murder, there was a certain amount of coordination to cover up what was going on in Malta. The Panama Papers were published in April 2016. My mother was murdered in October 2017. What happened in the interim? Obviously, the fact that Malta featured so extensively in the Panama Papers, we were the only country in the European Union where a sitting cabinet minister was uncovered as having a secret company in Panama, sheltered in a secret trust in New Zealand, was attempting to set up bank accounts all over the world for these secret companies. This caused a huge amount of international embarrassment for Malta. But when we look at government spending, data on government spending on public relations and advertising and so on, we see a huge increase from 2016 onwards. So at the time Malta had the presidency of the European Union, the European Union itself had a kind of incentive to look away from what was going on in Malta, because it also wanted to avoid embarrassment. And the government was spending a huge amount of money just on kind of positive advertising about the country. It created this slogan, Blockchain Island, promoting Malta as a kind of paradise for new technologies and innovative finance and so on. It was all just a smokescreen to cover up what was really going on in the country. And after the murder, how did we fight back? By coordinating ourselves. My family worked with NGOs, worked with journalists. A group of international journalists formed something called the Daphne Project, which was coordinated by an organization based in France called Forbidden Stories. We also coordinated with members of parliament from around Europe. 3 months after the murder in January 2018, my brothers and I went to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe and spent 2 days, 3 days collecting signatures from European parliamentarians to request the appointment of a special rapporteur to look into the circumstances of my mother's murder. So it really took each step that we took really took a huge amount of coordination.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you, Matthew. Finally, we will have the closing ceremony by the Permanent People's Tribunal and the esteemed judges.
We are now arriving at the closing part of this long day. We will ask your patience to maintain a bit the presentation of the statement of the tribunal in front of all the evidence presented. We have a first intervention of the President of the Tribunal, Philippe Texier, with a statement followed by the brief statements by some of the members of the jury. Will be in that order. Eduardo Bertoni, we remember from Argentina. Then we shall have the intervention of Marcela Turati Munoz from Mexico. Then Marina Forti from Italy. And then from far away, and thanking him for staying, following us during the night, Gil Beringer from Australia. So I give now the word to Philippe Texier.
Thank you. We know that the murders of journalists are a universal problem, not only in no-democratic countries, but all over the world. The introduction to indictment shows that since 1992, more than 1,400 journalists have been killed for doing their job. It precises that in at least 900 of these cases, journalists were killed in direct reprisal of their work. The Permanent People Tribunal is conscious of the gravity and the importance of this plague, consequence of a hostile environment for press freedom. For that reason, I have to say, as president of PPT, and on behalf of the PPT, a judge of his hearing, that the tribunal accept the indictment and the organization of the hearings on murders of journalists. We know that these grave violations of human rights, consequence of harassment, attacks, will of silence journalists are characterized by the unwillingness of governments to protect journalists against intimidation and finally absence of trial. The result of that is a quasi-total impunity, 90% according to the indictment. The lack of criminal trials sends very negative messages and can silence a community of journalists and stimulate self-censoring among journalists. The impunity have grave consequences not only for the families, but for the society as a whole. The objective of the hearings is to hold states accountable for these violations and drawing attention to cases in which they are failed not only to protect journalists against lethal violence, but to investigate into the journalist's death. The tribunal will base itself on the important work done by international and non-governmental organizations to document the submitted cases. To illustrate the systematic problem of the murder of journalists, 3 cases will be presented during the hearings in January, February, and March of 2022. There are the cases of Sri Lankan journalist Lasanta Wickrematunge, Mexican journalist Miguel Angel Lopez Velasco, and Syrian journalist Nabil Walid al-Sharbaji. The examination of these cases will permit the analysis of human rights violations committed by the respective states against these journalists and the context in which these murders took place. However, we have to consider that the problem of murders of journalists and the wider problem of impunity for these murders is much more important than the cases examined. The debates of this first hearing show the globality of the problem. Cases in Colombia, Russia, the Philippines, Malta have been examined inter alia, but many other cases are worrying in the world. The indictment reminds that examples of impunity for murders of journalists exist around the world, with majority of unresolved cases in 13 countries. The present concern is also the persistence of the problem. Sunday, a journalist was assassinated in the Philippines. The radio announced this fact, but it is probable that, like in the majority of the cases, this murder remain unpunished. This week, 2 Mexican journalists have been killed. We have to wish that this hearing and all the successive hearings of the PPT on the murder of journalists help to paint a better knowledge of these crimes and, above all, contribute to fight them, and that follows the impunity. Thank you.
Thanks. Please, Eduardo, for short comments.
Thank you very much, Madam Prosecutor and your team, fellow colleagues of this tribunal, ladies and gentlemen. Rampant impunity. Impunity is a critical problem. Impunity rate is so shocking. Lack of political will. Those are words we heard today from witnesses and expert witnesses. 20 years ago, I was appointed as Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression at the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Unfortunately, at that time, I heard almost the same words. So, I accepted with high honor to be a judge at the Permanent People's Tribunal on the murder of journalists. We began an important process today, and I hope, other word that we listen today, I hope that our work will be useful to cope with the problem of impunity. And in doing so, I hope to honor the brave and courageous journalists that continue doing their job, a job that they are doing not for them, for all of us. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcela Turati Munoz.
Hello, good afternoon. I am honored to be here and honored to listen your testimonies, and thank you for sharing with us. I come from Mexico, a country where more than 104 journalists have been killed since 2000, and 2 of them last week. Personally, I met 5 of these journalists that now are dead. Armando Rodriguez, a journalist who reported about criminality in Ciudad Juárez. Regina Martinez, the brave correspondent of Proceso magazine in Veracruz. Rubén Espinosa, photographer who ran away from Veracruz and was hidden in Mexico City. Both work in Proceso, the same magazine where I worked. In 2017, Miroslava Bridge was killed in Chihuahua, my hometown, for exposing names of narco-politicians. And weeks later, Javier Valdez, my friend, the most experienced journalist covering drug cartels and victims in Sinaloa. Also, on these dark times, some of my friends had been forced to leave the country. So I belong to a generation of journalists who became war correspondents in our own countries, who were forced to combine our journalistic job with the demand of justice, and forced to organize protests demanding not more deaths, and forced to organize trainings to learn and teach how we can protect ourselves and how we have to collaborate with other journalists in order to reduce our risks, because we thought always that government never will take care of ourselves. We also were forced to look ways to push justice for some of our lost colleagues. 3 times we create investigative teams to look for evidences, interview witnesses or relatives, visit mass graves or crime scenes, analyze articles of some colleagues with the idea of fight impunity. But we are, well, many of these things, we think that it was useless. Most of the time, when we were to investigate, we found journalists' silence. They were terrorized with nightmares, not wanting to investigate problematic things, and all the community was silenced. So, for that reason, and knowing that impunity made our profession more dangerous, and impunity is an invitation to silence other journalists and to silence the whole community, because silencing journalists is not only a question of silence one unique people, you are silencing the cause that these journalists was denouncing, as we see today. For that reason, I am excited for being here in this tribunal, because I think this is an opportunity to bring light to these situations all around the world, and to ask governments what they have done for prevent, for stop these killings, or other ways to silence journalists, to investigate and to punish this, and give a message that is not normal, that a journalist must be harassed or attacked for investigate, for doing our jobs. That every time that a journalist is silenced, we all are silenced, and that is not normal. So I'm happy because I think that the things can and must be different, and this can be an opportunity to change things. Thank you.
Thanks, Marina Forti.
Good afternoon, and thank you to all of you. Thanks to the prosecutor. Thanks to all the witnesses that we heard this afternoon and experts. We are basically dealing with the fundamental right, that is the right of freedom of expression, of holding opinion, which is also, of course, the right to access information. Now, we know that there are many ways to violate this right. Censorship is one obvious way of limiting the work of journalists, but there are many more. Independent media and journalists can be silenced by making them difficult to obtain the financial means to support themselves, to support their own work. Or they can be silenced by legal harassment, as we have heard extensively this afternoon, or by harassing them personally, for instance, in the case of women, using their personal status, and in this case, being women as a leverage to harass them. Or often in these times, we are more and more seeing that journalism is being delegitimized, delegitimized deliberately, deliberately attacked, ridiculed, or discredited, often by those in power. And this delegitimizing of the work of journalists, not by chance, is often part of a wider delegitimization of the democratic institutions. And it's clear that delegitimizing journalism and the work of the media, of independent media in particular, is part of undermining democracy. And then, of course, there is plain repression, intimidation, physical intimidation, as we have heard, as my colleague so clearly said. So the violence against independent journalists and media, and of course the most extreme of violence, which is murder. So this is why, as a journalist myself, and as a journalist in a country that is Italy, it's not Mexico, of course, but we also know, we do know what is organized crime, and we do know how harassment and targeting individual journalists can be a way of silencing those who investigate, for instance, on organized crime. So as a journalist myself and as a member of this jury, I'm very honored of being here as a member of this jury. I think we all know that each individual case has its own history and circumstances and context. And we, in the process of this tribunal, we are going to hear and consider the specific cases that have been brought upon us. But we also know that these cases are emblematic of many more cases that happens around the world, and they are emblematic of a general pattern of silencing independent media and independent journalists. And not only journalists, as my colleague said, by silencing journalists, the threat is against the communities, against the society, the civil society organization finally is a threat to the democratic life. So this is why I'm very happy to be here today and to be part of this tribunal. I hope for a common good. Thank you.
Thanks. I ask now Gil Berenguer, who is talking from Australia. Gil, it's up to you. No, the voice, Gil.
Sorry.
Again. He's mute. No, he alone.
He muted again.
He muted.
Gil, you have to start again now because there is no voice now.
No, but he muted.
No, ma devo andare.
Okay. Sorry. Good evening. Again, I speak from the central coast of New South Wales, 80 kilometers north of Sydney. This is the land of the First Nations Darkinjung people. It was never ceded to the invaders. It was stolen, armed robbery, if you will, with impunity. I acknowledge this and pay my respects to the Darkinjung elders, past, present, and emerging. I want to thank all those involved in organizing this historic event and those behind the scenes who have worked tirelessly to make it a success. Thanks go to our prosecutor and those who have drawn up the impressive indictment for the process of prosecution to follow. It is an invaluable resource for those who wish to contribute in the future to the struggle to protect the essential democratic freedom of expression, and the community of journalists that is essential to its survival. Of course, we are most grateful to our witnesses who have been willing to inform us so effectively of their experiences and understanding of the issues we are facing. Recognizing their commitment to truth and justice, we hope they will not suffer any negative consequences. As a result of this very successful session, we now have a much better understanding of the threats to journalists and to democratic practice around the globe. I will make some comments on issues we all could be thinking about over the next months and about which some research would be useful. First, the pattern of attacks on journalists seems to be significantly different depending on the type of country. In all the data I have seen and heard tonight on the killing of journalists, two things stand out. We might call them silencing and strangling. First, the top 10, 12, even 20 countries listed as, where the killing of journalists are most frequent, are so-called developing countries. with only a few exceptions, depending on how certain countries are categorized. They're usually the same countries. Some of them have significant ongoing conflicts. Some have authoritarian political leadership. Some have both. Some may have neither. Most of them have high rates of poverty and a large inequality gap, as well as other serious social challenges. Silencing by killing is a major modality in dealing with journalists in those countries. Of course, in those countries, sometimes other forms of repression are used also. Today, Maria Ressa has explained how the murderous Duterte regime is responding to a critical media in the Philippines. In the so-called developed countries, the killing of journalists is not a major tool of repression of the industry or individuals. Killing is delegitimating. It is inconsistent with liberal democratic hegemony. The disturbing case of Julian Assange is an example of how the US and several of its allies, including Australia, of which he is a citizen, strangle critical voices, all under color of law. Second, studying the political dynamics. The role of governments is contradictory. While they are obliged to enforce the law and to protect freedom of speech, the right to life, etc., they have not done a very good job of it. The impunity we have heard about today demonstrates that clearly. But remember, impunity is a political choice, and we need to study that choice. Where they have acted, we must study why. Third, protection. We must look at all possible methods for trying to develop protection for journalists and media institutions. We cannot rely solely on governments. That has been amply demonstrated today. Nor can we rely on their laws and judicial agencies. Often the governments, as we've heard, are complicit. By the way, this occurs also with the killing of lawyers, as my research in the Philippines shows, in much the same way and for similar reasons. Unfortunately, as several witnesses have demonstrated today, international law and institutions have serious limitations. Thus, civil society must take upon itself the responsibility to pressure governments to end impunity and to develop non-state practices to protect journalists and freedom of expression. Our first and our last witness have given us examples of how effective this can be. The Primitive People's Tribunal is also a step in the right direction. Each country should establish such tribunals to raise the consciousness of people to the threats their society faces. Lastly, there are other questions we should consider, but time prevents me from doing more than raise them here. To what extent is the corporate sector complicit in the attacks on journalists? And has the role of media organizations been contradictory? Thank you. Safe home.
Thanks. It is our duty as Secretariat of the Permanent People Tribunal, beside thanking for the impressive documentation which has been presented to support and justify the indictment and the reception of the indictment by the People Tribunal. It is our duty also to say something about the way forward in a long and very difficult way in order to meet all the requests and the failures which have been illustrated here. We have 3 sessions now dedicated, each of them, to the individual cases. The first one will be for the Sri Lanka here in The Hague on the 12th and 13th of January 2022. The second one will be dedicated to Syria, again in The Hague, on the 16th and 17th of February. The third dedicated to Mexico, possibly and more surely in Mexico City, on the 23rd, the 24th of March. We shall have any time before the end of May, the final session, when the People Tribunal will present the verdict on the indictment which has been presented. I have to remind that we have notified, as it is clear in the statutes, the indictment to the government which are involved, notifying also their right to defense to be present during the procedure. In case they will not show up, as it could probably happen for the government we are indicting, the tribunal, according to the statute, will provide an independent rapporteur for the presentation of the reasons of the defense. The time is short, the day has been very long. I would not like to add something else, except possibly to mention the strict competence of the Permanent People Tribunal, which has been shown by all what has been presented. Every time a journalist is intimidated or murdered, is in fact a violation not only of his or her individual right to life and to be a witness of truth or free of information, but this is a direct attack and a violation of the right of people to the free and independent information. So I think that everybody agreed in front of all the example we had of a need of a better coordination among all those who are working for the journalist, to consider the journalist issue and the murder of journalist issue as an essential component of the broader struggle of people for their self-determination, life and dignity. Every time, I repeat, a journalist is killed, the violation of the people where the journalist is investigating is violated. It is important that the fragmentation of struggles which have to do with the right of people and the right of the journalists will be better unified in order to assure a permanent monitoring of what happens and a shared investigation on how to look for solutions which are able to overcome all the obstacles which have been underlined in order to have, nobody knows when, however, hopefully soon, the end of impunity. Thanks a lot for everybody, for the organizers who have been so careful, and let's see each other in the next session. Thanks.
Thank you, Gianni. Thank you to the esteemed judges, the Permanent People's Tribunal, our prosecution, our witnesses, and everybody in attendance. Just as a logistical note that all of our registered guests and, of course, our special guests today are welcome to join the Free Press Awards and dinner at the City Hall just to your left. Thank you so much, and safe travels home. Thank you.